Chapter 19 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cyrus Holland died just before daybreak next morning. It seemed to Dean Franklin that he had only just fallen asleep when the telephone beside him was ringing. When tired out he slept through other noises, but that one always instantly reached, a call to him that got through sleep. He wakened just enough to reach out for the phone, and his "hello" was cross. Was there never a time when one could be let alone? But the voice that came to him banished both sleep and irritation. It was Ruth's voice, saying quietly, tensely, "Dean, I'm sorry, but we want you. There's a change. I'm sure Father's going." He was dressing almost the instant he hung up the receiver. To Amy, who had roused, he said, "It's Ruth. Her father's going. I can't do a thing, but they want me there." At first Amy made no reply. He thought nothing about that, engrossed in getting dressed as quickly as possible. When she burst out, "So of course you're going!" he was dumbfounded at the passionateness of her voice. He looked at her in astonishment. Then, for the first time, the other side of it, as related to their quarrel about Ruth, turned itself to him. "Why, of course I'm going, Amy," he said quietly. "It makes a difference who it is, doesn't it?" she cried stormily. "The other night when somebody called you and there wasn't a thing you could do, you said so. You told them they mustn't ask you. But this is different, isn't it?" The words had piled up tumultuously. She seemed right on the verge of angry, tumultuous tears. He paused in what he was doing. "Why, Amy!" he murmured in real astonishment, and then helplessly repeated in tender reproach, "Why, Amy!" But she laughed, it seemed sneeringly. He colored, quickly finished dressing, and left the room without saying anything more. When she heard the front door close, heard Dean running down the steps, she sat up in bed and burst into tears of rage. Always that woman! Running away to her in the middle of the night. He didn't have to go. There was nothing for him to do as a doctor. He could do nothing for a man who had been dying for a couple of days. He said that just a couple of nights before when someone wanted him to come. But this was Ruth Holland. She had only to telephone. Of course he'd go anywhere, any time, for her. Her sobs grew more and more passionate. Her head down on her knees, she rocked back and forth in that miserable fury only jealousy and wounded pride can create. This gathered together, brought to a head, the resentment accumulating through a number of incidents. That afternoon she had gone over to the Lawrences to thank Edith and her mother for the flowers from the tea which they had sent her that morning. They had urged her to run in often, to be friendly. Her unhappiness about her talk with Dean the night before, when he had actually proposed that she go to see this Ruth Holland, made her want to be with friends. She wanted to see people who felt as she did, that, though it did not so present itself to her, she might fortify herself in the conviction that Dean was preposterously wrong, and she taking the only course a good woman could take in relation to a bad one. She was prepared to feel that men did not see those things as clearly as women did, that it was woman who was the guardian of society, and that she must bear with man in his failure to see some things right. She had been eager to strengthen herself in that feeling, not alone because it would, in her own mind, get her out of reach of any possible charge of hardness or narrowness, but because it would let her break through her feeling against Dean. She wanted to get back to the days of his complete adoration of her, back where his passion for her would sweep all else out of their world. She knew well enough that Dean loved her, but there was a tightened-up place around her, knowing that. It made her miserable. Things would not be right until she found a way through that tightened-up place, a way that would make her right and Dean wrong, but would let her forgive, largely and gently understanding. Such, not thought out, were the things that took her to the Lawrences that afternoon. It was apparent that Edith had been crying. She and her mother were gracious to Amy, but there was a new constraint. She felt uncomfortable. When they were alone, Edith broke out and told her how she was just sick at heart about Ruth. Dean had been there that morning urging her to go and see Ruth. Instantly there was all anew that tightening up that held her from Dean, that feeling against him and against this Ruth Holland, that was as if something virulent had been poured into her blood, changing her whole system. Edith cried as she told how Dean and her mother had quarreled because he felt so strongly on the subject, and didn't seem able to understand her mother's standpoint. Then, she too wanting to set herself right with herself, she went over the whole story, the shock to her, how it had hurt her ideal of friendship, had even seemed to take something from the sanctity of her own marriage. She silenced something within herself in recounting the wrong done her, fortified herself in repeating the things she had from her mother about one's not being free, about what the individual owed to society. Amy went home in a turmoil of resentment against her husband. It was hard to hold back the angry tears. A nice position he was putting himself in, going about the town pleading for this woman whom nobody would take in, estranging his friends, yes, probably hurting his practice. And why? Why was he so wrought up about it? Why was he making a regular business of going about fighting her battles? Well, one thing it showed. It showed how much consideration he had for his own wife. When she came in sight of their house, it was harder than ever to hold back the tears of mortification, of hot resentment. She had been so sure she was going to be perfectly happy in that house. Now already her husband was turning away from her, humiliating her, showing how much he thought of another woman, and such a woman. She did not know what to do with the way she felt, did not know how to hold from the surface the ugly things that surged through her, possessed her. Until now she had had nothing but adulation from love. A pretty, petted girl, she had formed that idea of pretty women in youth that it was for men to give love and women graciously to accept it. For her vanity to be hurt by a man who had roused her passion, turned that passion to fury against him, and made it seem that a great wrong had been done her. As she approached, she saw that Dean was standing before the house, talking to a woman in a vegetable wagon. He had one foot up on the spoke of the wheel, and was talking more earnestly than it seemed one would be talking to a vegetable woman. Doubtless she was one of his patients. As she came up, he said, "Oh, Amy, I want you to know Mrs. Herman." She stiffened. His tone, in introducing her to a woman of what she thought of as the lower classes, seeming just a new evidence of his inadequate valuation of her. "Your husband and I went to school together," said Mrs. Herman, pleasantly, but as if explaining. "Oh," murmured Amy. Dean abruptly moved back from the wagon. "Well, you do that, Annie. Ruth would love to see you, I know." So that was it. She turned away with a stiff little nod to the woman in the wagon. Always the same thing, urging Tom, Dick, and Harry to go and see that woman. Taking up with a person like this, introducing his wife in that intimate way to a woman who peddled vegetables, just because she was willing to go and see Ruth Holland. She didn't know that she had to stand such things. She didn't know that she would. She guessed she could show him that she wasn't going to play second fiddle to that Ruth Holland. Dean came to the door of the room where she was taking off her hat. Her fingers were trembling so that she could scarcely get the pins. "That little woman you were so chilly to is a pretty fine sort, Amy," he said incisively. "Because she is going to see Ruth Holland," she retorted with an excited laugh. "Oh, you were pretty standoffish before you knew that," he answered coolly. Vanity smarting from deeper hurts made her answer, haughtily, "I'm rather inexperienced, you know, in meeting people of that class." In his heart, too, there were deeper disappointments than this touched. "Well, I must say," he began hotly, "I think if I felt as snobbish as that, I'd try pretty hard to conceal it." Amy was carefully putting away her hat. She had an appearance of cold composure, of a sense of superiority. It was because she wanted to keep that she did not speak. The things within would so completely have destroyed it. "I guess you don't understand, Amy," said Dean, quieted by her silence. "If you knew all about Annie Morris, I think you'd see she is a woman worth meeting." Thinking of his talk with Edith and her mother that morning, he added, a good deal of feeling breaking into his voice, "A good sight more so than some of the people you are meeting." "And of course," she could not hold back, those inferior people, won't go to see Ruth Holland, and this wonderful woman will. That's the secret of it, isn't it?" "It's one thing that shows her superiority," he replied coolly. "Another thing is her pluck, grit. Her husband is a dolt, and she's determined her 3 children shall have some sort of a show in life, so she's driven ahead, worked from daylight till dark many a time, to make decent things possible for them." "Well, that's very commendable, I'm sure," replied Amy mildly, appearing to be chiefly concerned with a loose button on the wrap she had just taken off. "And with all that she's kept her own spirit alive. She's not going to let life get clear ahead of her, either. She's pretty valiant, I think." He was thinking again of Edith and her mother as he added contentiously, "I don't know any woman in this town I'd rather talk to." Amy, appearing quite outside the things that were disturbing him, only smiled politely, and threaded a needle for sewing on the button. He stood there in the doorway, fidgeting, his face red. She seemed so uncaring. She seemed so far away. "Oh, Amy!" he cried, miserably, appealingly. Quickly she looked up. Her mouth, which had been so complacent, twitched. He started toward her, but just then the doorbell rang. "I presume that's your mother," she said, in matter-of-fact tone. Mrs. Franklin was with them for dinner that night. Amy's social training made it appear as if nothing were disturbing her. She appeared wholly composed, serene. It was Dean who seemed ill at ease, out of sorts. After dinner he had to go to the hospital, and when she was alone with his mother, Amy was not able to keep away from the subject of Ruth Holland. For one thing, she wanted to hear about her. She was avid for detail as to how she looked, things she had done and said, that curious human desire to press on a place that hurts. And there was, too, the impulse for further self-exoneration, to be assured that she was right, to feel that she was injured. All of those things it was easy to get from Mrs. Franklin. Amy, not willing to reveal what there had been between her and Dean, and having that instinct for drawing sympathy to herself by seeming self-depreciation, spoke gently of how she feared she did not altogether understand about Dean's friend, Ruth Holland. Was she wrong in not going with Dean to see her? Mrs. Franklin's explosion of indignation at the idea, and the feeling with which, during the hour that followed, she expressed herself about Dean's friend, Ruth Holland, acted in a double fashion as both fortification and new hurt. Mrs. Franklin, leader in church and philanthropic affairs, had absolutely no understanding of things which went outside the domain of what things should be. The poor and the wicked did terrible things that society must do something about. There was no excuse whatever for people who ought to know better. That people should be dominated by things they ought not to feel was perversity on their part, and the most wilful kind of wickedness. She had Mrs. Lawrence's point of view, but from a more provincial angle. Dean did not get his questioning spirit, what she called his stubbornness, from his mother. Added to what she as a churchwoman and worker for social betterment felt about the affair was the resentment of the mother at her son's having been, as she put it, dragged into the outrage. She grew so inflamed in talking of how this woman had used Dean that she did not take thought of how she was giving more of an impression of her power over him than might be pleasant hearing for Dean's young wife. The indignation of the whole Franklin family at what they called the way Dean had been made a cat's paw was fanned to full flame in this preposterous suggestion that Amy should go to see Ruth Holland. In her indignation at the idea, she gave a new sense of what the town felt about Ruth, and she was more vehement than tactful in her expressions against Dean for holding out that way against the whole town. "It just shows, my dear," she said, "what a woman of no principle can do with a man." Amy, hurt to the quick in this thought of the mysterious lure of a woman of no principle, remarked casually, "She's wonderfully attractive, I presume." Mrs. Franklin was not too blunted by indignation to miss the pain that was evident in the indifferently asked question. Hastily, more hastily than subtly, she proceeded to depreciate the attractions of Ruth Holland, but in the depreciation left an impression of some quality, elusive, potent, which more than beauty or definite charm gave her power. Edith, too, had spoken of that something about Ruth, a something one never forgot, a something, she said, that no one else had. And now, awakened by Dean's having been called by this woman in the night, herself alone there and he hurrying to Ruth Holland, the barriers of pride broke down, and she cried because she was sorry for herself, because she was hurt and outraged that she should be hurt, because for the first time in her whole life she was thwarted, not having her way, set aside. She completely lost her hold on herself, got up and stormed about the room. When she looked at her face in the mirror she saw that it was hideous. She couldn't help it. She didn't care. The resentment, rage in her heart was like a poison that went all through her. She was something that didn't seem herself. She thought horrible things, and ground her teeth, and clenched her hands, and let her face look as ugly as it could. She hated this woman. She wished some horrible thing would happen to her. She hated Dean Franklin. The passion he had roused in her all turned into this feeling against him. She wouldn't stand it. She wouldn't stay there and play second fiddle to another woman. She, a bride! Fresh tears came with that last. Her mother and father would never have treated her that way. They didn't think Dean Franklin good enough for her anyway. She would go back home. That would make things pretty hard for him. That would show what this woman had done. And he'd be sorry then, would want her back, and she wouldn't come. She finally found control in that thought of her power over him used to make him suffer. Dean, meanwhile, was hurrying through the streets that had the unrealness of that hour just before morning. That aspect of things was with him associated with death. Almost always when he had been on the streets at that hour, it was because someone was fighting death. It was so still, as if things were odd. And a light that seemed apart from natural things was formed by the way the street-lights grew pale in the faint light of coming day. Everyone was sleeping. All save those in a house half a dozen blocks away, the house where they were waiting for death. He was on foot, having left his car down at the garage for some repairs after taking his mother home. As he slowed for a moment from a walk that was half run, he thought of how useless his hurrying was. What in the world could he do when he got there? Nothing, save assure them he could do nothing. Poor Ruth! It seemed she had so much, so many hard things. This was a time when one needed one's friends, but of course they couldn't come near her, on account of society. Though, his face softened with the thought, Annie Morris would come, she not being oppressed by this duty to society. He thought of the earnestness of her thin face as she talked of Ruth. That let in the picture of Amy's face as he introduced them. He tried not to keep seeing it. He did think, however, that it was pretty unnecessary of Amy to have talked to his mother about Ruth. All that was unyielding in him had been summoned by the way his mother talked to him about going home. Going for him. Like that because he had wanted Amy to go and see Ruth. That, it seemed to him, was something between him and Amy. He would not have supposed she would be so ready to talk with someone else about a thing that was just between themselves. There had been that same old hardening against his mother when she began talking of Ruth, and that feeling that shut her out excluded Amy with her. And he had wanted Amy with him. Hurrying on, he tried not to think of it. He didn't know why Amy had talked to his mother about it. Perhaps it just happened so. Perhaps his mother began it. He seized upon that. And Amy didn't understand. She was young. Her life had never touched anything like this. He was going to talk to her. Really talk to her, not fly off the handle at the first thing she would say. He told himself that he had been stupid, hard, a bungler. It made him feel better to tell himself that. Yes, he certainly had been unsympathetic, and it was a shame that anything had come to make Amy unhappy. And right there at first, too. Why, it was actually making her sick. When he went back after taking his mother home, Amy said she had a bad headache and didn't want to talk. She was so queer that he had taken her at her word, and had not tried to talk to her, be nice to her. It seemed now that he hadn't been kind. It helped him to feel that he hadn't been kind. And it was the headache, being roused in the night when she was not well, that had made her so, well, so wrought up about his answering the call of the Hollands. Old patients, old friends. He was going to be different. He was going to be more tender with Amy. That would be the way to make her understand. Such were the things his troubled mind and hurt heart tried to be persuaded of, as, thinking at the same time of other things. The death to which he was hurrying, how hard it would be for Ruth if Cyrus didn't speak to her. He passed swiftly by the last houses where people slept, and turned from a world tinged with the strangeness of an hour so little known to men's consciousness, softly opened the door, and stepped into the house where death was touching life with that same unreality with which, without, day touched night. Miss Copeland, wrapped in a bathrobe, sat in the upstairs hall. "He's still breathing," she whispered, in that voice which is for death alone. In the room Ruth and Ted stood close together, the nurse on the other side of the bed. Ruth's hair was braided down her back. He remembered when she used to wear it that way. He had one of those sudden pictures of her, on her way to school, skipping along with Edith Lawrence. She turned, hearing him, and there was that rush of feeling to her eyes that always claimed him for Ruth, that quick, silent assumption of his understanding that always let down bars between them. But Ruth kept close to Ted, as if she would shield him. The boy looked as Dean had seen novices look in the operating room. There was nothing for him to do beyond look at his patient, and nod to the nurse in confirmation that it would be any minute now. He walked around to Ted and Ruth, taking an arm of each of them, and walking with them to the far side of the room. "There's nothing to do but wait," he said. "I wish Harriet and Cyrus would get here," whispered Ruth. "You telephoned?" "Before I did you, but of course it's a little farther." They stood there together in that strange silence, hearing only the unlifelike breathing of the man passing from life. Listening to it, Ruth's hand on Dean's arm tightened. Soothingly he patted her hand. Then, at a movement from the nurse, he stepped quickly to the bed. Ruth and Ted, close together, first followed, then held back. A minute later he turned to them. "It's over," he said, in the simple way final things are said. There was a choking little cry from Ted. Ruth murmured something, her face all compassion for him. But after a moment she left her brother and stood alone beside her father. In that moment of seeing her face, before turning away because it seemed he should turn away, Dean got one of the strangest impressions of his life. It was as if she was following her father, reaching him, as if there was a fullness of feeling, a rising passionate intensity that could fairly overflow from life. Then she turned back to Ted. Cyrus and Harriet had entered. There was a moment when the 4 children were there together. Cyrus did not come up to the bed until Ruth had left. Dean watched his face as, perfunctorily subdued, decorous, he stood where Ruth had stood a moment before. Then Cyrus turned to him and together they walked from the room, Cyrus asking why they had not been telephoned in time. Dean lingered for a little while, hating to go without again seeing Ruth and Ted. He tapped at Ruth's door. He was not answered, but the unlatched door had swung a little open at his touch. He saw that the brother and sister were out on the little porch opening off Ruth's room. He went out and stood beside them, knowing that he would be wanted. The sun was just rising, touching the dew on the grass. The birds were singing for joy in another day. The 3 who had just seen death stood there together in silence. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 2 days when the natural course of life was arrested by death had passed. Their father had been buried that afternoon, and in the early evening Ted and Ruth were sitting on the little upper porch, very quiet in the new, poignant emptiness of the house. Many people had been coming and going in those last few days. Now that was over, and there was a pause before the routine of life was to be resumed. The fact that the nurse had gone seemed to turn the page. Ruth had just asked how long Cyrus was going to stay, and Ted replied that he wanted to stay on a week or perhaps more, attending to some business. She knew how crowded it must be for them at Harriet's, knew that if she went away, Cyrus would come home. There seemed nothing more to keep her. She would like to be with Ted a while, but it seemed she could not do that without continuing a hard condition for them all. They could settle into a more natural order of things with her not there. It was time for her to go. It was hard to have to think that. She would love to have stayed a little while. She had been away so long, wanting home for so long. She knew now, facing the going away, how much she had secretly hoped might result from this trip back home. She had seen a number of people in the past few days, relatives, old friends of the family, friends of Ted. She had done better in meeting them than, just a little while before, she would have thought possible. Something remained with her from that hour at her mother's grave, that strange hour when she had seemed to see life from outside, beyond it. That had summoned something within herself that no personal hurt could scatter, as if taking her into something from which no circumstance could drive her out. She had felt an inner quiet, a steadiness within. There was power in it, and consolation. It took her out of that feeling of having no place, no right to a place, the feeling that had made her wretched and powerless. She was of life. Her sure inner sense of the reality and beauty of that seemed a thing not to be broken down from without. It was hers, her own. It sustained her, it gave her poise. The embarrassment of other people gave way before her simple steadiness. She had had but the one point of contact with them, that of her father's death. It made her want more, made going away hard. It was hard to leave all the old things after even this slight touch with them again. And that new quiet, that new force within was beginning to make for new thinking. She had thought much about what she had lived through, She could not help doing that, but she was thinking now with new questionings. She had not questioned much. She had accepted. What was gathering within her now was a feeling that a thing so real, so of life as her love had been, should not be a thing to set her apart, should not be a thing to blight the lives that touched hers. This was not something called up in vindication, a mere escape from hard thinking, her own way out from things she could not bear. It was deeper than that, far less facile. It came from that inner quiet, from that strange new assurance, this feeling that her love should not have devastated, that it was too purely of life for that it was a thing to build up life, to give to it, this wondering, at once timid and bold, if there was not something wrong with an order that could give it no place, that made it life's enemy. She had been afraid of rebellious thinking, of questionings. There had been so much to fight, so much to make her afraid. At first, all the strength of her feeling had gone into the fight for Stuart's health. She was afraid of things that made her rebellious, needing all of herself, not daring to break through. The circumstances had seemed to make her own life just shut down around her, and even after those first years, living itself was so hard, there were so many worries and disappointments. Her feeling about it was so tense, life so stern, that her thoughts did not shoot a long way out into questionings. She had done a thing that cut her off from her family. She had hurt other people, and because of that she herself must suffer. Life could not be for her what it was for others. She accepted much that she did not try to understand. For one thing, she had had no one to talk to about those things. Seeing how Stuart's resentment against the state of things weakened him, keeping him from his full powers to meet those hard conditions, she did not encourage their talking of it, and had tried to keep herself from the thinking that with him went into brooding and was weakening. She had to do the best she could about things. She could not spend herself in rebellion against what she had to meet. Like a man who finds himself on a dizzy ledge, she grew fearful of much looking around. But now, in these last few days, swept back into the wreckage she had left, something fluttered to life and beat hard within her spirit, breaking its way through the fearfulness that shut her in, and sending itself out in new, bolder flights. Not that those outgoings took her away from the place she had devastated. It was out of the poignancy of her feeling about the harm she had done, out of her new grief in it, that these new questionings were born. The very fact that she did see so well, and so sorrowingly, what she had done, brought this new feeling that it should not have been that way, that what she had felt, and her fidelity to that feeling, ruthless fidelity though it was, should not have blighted like this. There was something that seemed at the heart of it all, in that feeling of not being ashamed in the presence of death, she who had not denied life. Silence had fallen between her and Ted. She saddened in the thought of going away, and opened the puzzling things that touched her life at every point. Looking at Ted, proud of him, hating to leave him now just when she had found him again, thinking with loving gratefulness and pride of how generous and how understanding he had been with her, how he was at once so boyish and so much more than his years. The fine seriousness of his face tonight made him very dear and very comforting to her. She wanted to keep close to him. She could not bear the thought of again losing him. If her hard visit back home yielded just that, she would have had rich gain from it. She began talking with him about what he would do. He talked freely of his work, as if glad to talk of it. He was not satisfied with it, did not think there was much chance there for him. Ted had thought he wanted to study law, but his father, in one of his periods of depression, had said he could not finish sending him through college, and Ted had gone into one of the big manufactories there. He was in the sales department, and he talked to Ruth of the work. He told her of his friends, of what they were doing. They talked of many things, speaking of the future with that gentle intimacy there can be between those sorrowing together for things past. Their sensitive consciousness of the emptiness of the house, the old place, their home, brought them together through a deep undercurrent of feeling. Their voices were low as they spoke of more intimate things than it is usual to speak of without constraint. Something lowered between them, as only a grief shared can lower bars to the spirit, their thinking set in that poignant sense of life which death alone seems able to create. Ted broke a pause to say that he supposed it was getting late, and he must be starting for Harriet's. Cyrus had asked him to come over a while that evening. Mr. McFarland, their family lawyer, was going out of town for a few days, leaving the next morning. He was coming in that evening, more as the old friend than formally, to speak to them about some business matters. Cyrus's time being limited and there being a number of things to arrange. "I hate leaving you alone, Ruth," said Ted, lingering. She looked over to him with quick, affectionate smile. "I don't mind, Ted. Somehow I don't mind being alone tonight." That was true. Being alone would not be loneliness that evening. Things were somehow opened. All things had so strangely opened. She had been looking down the deep-shadowed street, that old street down which she used to go. The girl who used to go down that street was singularly real to her just then. She had about her the fresh feeling, the vivid sense of a thing near in time. Old things were so strangely opened. Old feeling was alive again. The wild joy in the girl's heart, the delirious expectancy, and the fear. It was strange how completely one could get back across the years, how things gone could become living things again. That was why she was not going to mind being alone just then. She had a sense of the whole flow of her life, living, moving. It did not seem a thing to turn away from. It was not often that things were all open like that. "I shouldn't wonder if Dean would drop in," said Ted, as if trying to help himself through leaving her there alone. "He may," Ruth answered. She did not say it with enthusiasm, much as she would like to talk with Dean. Dean was just the one it would be good to talk with that night. But Dean never mentioned his wife to her. At first, in her preoccupation and her pleasure in seeing him, she had not thought much about that. Then it had come to her that doubtless Dean's wife would not share his feeling about her, that she would share the feeling of all the other people. That brought the fear that she might, again, be making things hard for Dean. She had done enough of that. Much as his loyalty, the rare quality of his affectionate friendship meant to her, she would rather he did not come than let the slightest new shadow fall upon his life because of her. And yet it seemed all wrong, preposterous, to think anyone who was close to Dean, anyone whom he loved, should not understand this friendship between them. She thought of how, meeting after all those years, they were not strange with each other. That seemed rare, to be cherished. "What's Dean's wife like, Ted?" she asked. "I haven't met her," he replied, "but I've seen her. She's awfully good-looking, lots of style, and carries herself as if she knew she was somebody." He laughed. "And I guess Dean thinks she is," he added, with another laugh. "Guess he decided that first time he met her. You know he stopped in Indianapolis to see a classmate who was practicing there. Met her at a party, I believe, and goodbye, Dean. But somehow she isn't what you'd expect Dean's wife to be," he went on more seriously. "Doesn't look that way, anyhow. Looks pretty frigid, I thought, and fixed up. As if she wasn't just real." Ruth's brows puckered. If there was one thing it seemed the wife of Dean Franklin should be, it was real. But doubtless Ted was wrong, not knowing her. It did not seem that Dean would be drawn to anyone who was not real. She lingered in the thought of him. Real was just what Dean was. He had been wonderfully real with her in those days, days that had made the pattern of her life. Reality had swept away all other things between them. That carried her back to the new thinking, the questions. It seemed it was the things not real that were holding people apart. It was the artificialities people had let living build up around them made those people hard. People would be simpler, kinder, could those unreal things be swept away. She dwelt on the thought of a world like that, a world of people simple and real as Dean Franklin was simple and real. She was called from that by a movement and exclamation from Ted, who had leaned over the railing. "There goes Mildred Woodbury," he said, "and alone." His tone made her look at him in inquiry, and then down the street at the slight figure of a girl whose light dress stood out clearly between the shadows. Mildred was the daughter of a family who lived in the next block. The Woodburys and the Hollands had been neighbors and friends as far back as Ruth could remember. Mildred was only a little girl when Ruth went away. Such a pretty little girl, her fair hair always gaily tied with ribbons. She had been there with her mother the night before, and Ruth had been startled by her coming into the room where she was and saying impulsively, "You don't remember me, do you? I'm Mildred. Mildred Woodbury." "And you used to call me Wooth," Ruth had eagerly replied. It had touched her, surrounded as she was by perfunctoriness and embarrassment, that this young girl should seek her out in that warm way. And something in the girl's eyes had puzzled her. She had returned to thought of it more than once, and that made her peculiarly interested in Ted's queer allusion to Mildred now. "Well?" she inquired. "Mildred's getting in rather bad," he said shortly. Getting— What do you mean, Ted? She asked, looking at him in a startled way. People are talking about her, he said. People are— she began, but stopped, looking at him all the while in that startled way. Talking about her, he repeated. I guess it's been going on for some time, though I didn't hear about it until a little while ago. About what, Ted? Her voice faltered, and it seemed to make him suddenly conscious of what he was saying, to whom he spoke. Why, he faltered now too, Mildred's acting sort of silly, that's all. I don't know, a flirtation or something with Billy Archer. You don't know him. He came here a few years ago on some construction work. He's an engineer. He is a fascinating fellow, all right, he added. Ruth pushed back her chair into deeper shadow. And? She suggested faintly. He's married, briefly replied Ted. She did not speak for what seemed a long time. Ted was beginning to fidget. Then, how old is Mildred, Ted? Ruth asked in a very quiet voice. About 20, I guess. She's a couple of years younger than I am. And this man? How old is he? That she asked a little sharply. Oh, I don't know. He's in the older crowd. Somewhere in the 30s, I should say. Well, but she abruptly checked what she had sharply begun to say, and pushed her chair still further back into shadow. When Ted stole a timid glance at her a minute later, he saw that she seemed to be holding her hands tight together. And doesn't Mildred's mother— It seemed impossible for her to finish anything, to say it out. He shook his head. Guess not. It's funny, but you know a person's folks. There was another silence. Then Ted began to whistle softly, and was looking over the railing as if interested in something down on the lawn. And you say people are really— talking about Mildred, Ted? Ruth finally asked, speaking with apparent effort. He nodded. Some people are snubbing her. You know this town is long on that, he threw in with a short laugh. I saw Mrs. Brewer. Remember her? She used to be Dorothy Hanley. Out-and-out snub Mildred at a party the other night. She came up to her after she'd been dancing with Billy. Lord knows how many times she'd danced with him that night. And Mrs. Brewer simply cut her. I saw it myself. Mildred got white for a moment, then smiled in a funny little way and turned away. Tough on her, wasn't it? For really, she's a good deal of a kid, you know. And say, Ruth, there's something mighty decent about Edith, about Mrs. Blair. She saw it, and right afterward she went up to Mildred, seemed particularly interested in her, and drew her into her crowd. Pretty white, don't you think? That old hen, Mrs. Brewer, got red, let me tell you, for Edith can put it all over her, you know, on being somebody, and that got her, good and plenty. There was a queer little sound from Ruth, a sound like a not quite suppressed sob. Ted rose as if for leaving, and stood there awkwardly, his back to her. He felt that Ruth was crying, or at least trying not to cry. Why had he talked of a thing like that? Why did he have to bring in Edith Lawrence? It seemed better to go on talking about it now, as naturally as he could. I never thought there was much to Mildred, he resumed, not turning round. She always seemed sort of stuck up with the fellows of our crowd, but I guess you never can tell. I saw her look at Billy Archer the other night. He paused with a little laugh. There wasn't anything very stuck up about that look. As still Ruth did not speak, he began to talk about the property across the street being for sale. When he turned around for taking leave, it being past the time for going to Harriet's, it made him furious at himself to see how strained and miserable Ruth's face was. She scarcely said good-bye to him. She was staring down the street where Mildred had disappeared a few moments before. All the way over to Harriet's he wondered just what Ruth was thinking. He was curious as well as self-reproachful. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Ted entered the living room at his sister Harriet's, he felt as if something damp and heavy had been thrown around him. He got the feeling of being expected to contribute to the oppressiveness of the occasion. The way no one was sitting in a comfortable position seemed to suggest that constraint was deemed fitting. Cyrus was talking to Mr. McFarland with a certain self-conscious decorousness. Harriet's husband, the Reverend Edgar Tyler, sat before the library table in more of his pulpit manner than was usual with him in his household, as if, so it seemed to Ted, the relation of death to the matter in hand brought it particularly within his province. Ted had never liked him. Especially he had hated his attitude about Ruth, his avowed sorrowfulness with which the heart had nothing to do. He resented the way his brother-in-law had made Harriet feel that she owed it to the community, to the church, not to countenance her sister. Harriet had grown into that manner of striving to do the right thing. She had it now, sitting a little apart from the others, as if not to intrude herself. Sitting there with those others, his heart went out to Ruth. He was for her, he told himself warmly, and he'd take nothing off Cy about her either. He watched Cyrus, and thought of how strange it was that a brother and sister should be as different as he and Ruth were. They had always been different. As far back as he could remember, they were different about everything. Ruth was always keyed up about something, delighted, and Cy was always putting a crimp in things. As a little boy, when he told Ruth things he was pleased about, they always grew more delightful for telling her, and somehow when you told Cyrus about a jolly thing, it always flattened out a little in the telling. A shrinking from the appearance of too great haste gave a personal colour to the conversation. It was as old friend quite as much as family solicitor that the lawyer talked to them, although the occasion for getting together that night was that Cyrus might learn of an investment of his father's which demanded immediate attention. Mr. McFarland spoke of that, and then of how little else remained. He hesitated, then ventured, "You know, I presume, that your father has not left you now what he would have had 10 years ago." Ted saw Cyrus's lips tighten, his eyes lower. He glanced at Harriet, who looked resigned, though he was not thinking much of them, but of his father, who had met difficulties, borne disappointments. He was thinking of nights when his father came home tired, mornings when he went away in that hurried, harassed way. He could see him sitting in his chair, brooding. The picture of him now made him appear more lonely than he had thought of him while living. And now his father was dead, and they were sitting there talking over his affairs, looking into things that their father had borne alone, things he had done the best he could about. He wished he had tried harder to be company for him. In too many of those pictures which came now, his father was alone. He heard Cyrus speaking. "Yes," he was saying, "father was broken by our personal troubles." There was a pause. Ted did not raise his eyes to his brother. He did not want to look at him, not liking his voice as he said that. "It is just another way," Cyrus went on, "in which we all have to suffer for our family disgrace." Ted felt himself flushing. Why need Cy have said that? Mr. McFarland had turned slightly away, as if not caring to hear it. And then Cyrus asked about their father's will. The attorney's reply was quiet. "He leaves no will." Ted looked at him in surprise. Then he looked at Cyrus and saw his startled, keen, queer look at the attorney. It was after seeing his brother's face that he realized what this meant, that if his father left no will, Ruth shared with the rest of them. Suddenly his heart was beating fast. "How's that?" Cyrus asked sharply. "There was a will, but he destroyed it about 2 months ago." Why?" Cyrus pressed in that sharp voice. Ted felt certain that the lawyer liked saying what he had to say then. He said it quietly, but looking right at Cyrus. "He destroyed his will because it cut off his daughter Ruth." Ted got up and walked to the window, stood there staring out at the street lights. Bless Dad. He wished he could see him. He would give almost anything to see him for just a minute. He wished he had known. He would love to have told his father just how corking he thought that was. He stood there a minute, not wanting to show the others how much he was feeling, this new, warm rush of love for his father, and his deep gladness for Ruth. He thought of what it would mean to her, what it would mean to know her father had felt like that. He had had to leave her there at home alone. Now he could go home and tell her this news that would mean so much. When he turned back to the group, it was to see that he was not alone in being moved by what they had heard. Harriet, too, had turned a little away from the others and was looking down. He saw a tear on her face, and liked her better than he ever had before. Then he looked at her husband, and in spite of all he was feeling it was hard not to smile. His brother-in-law's face looked so comical to him, trying to twist itself into the fitting emotions. Ted watched him unsparingly for a minute, maliciously saying to himself, Keep on, old boy. You'll make it after a little." Then he looked at his brother, and his face hardened, seeing too well what new feeling this roused in Cyrus against Ruth, reading the resentment toward their father for this final weakening in his stand against her. "Well," Cyrus began, but did not go on, his lips tightening. "Your father said," the lawyer added, "that if there was one of his children, more than the others, needed what he could do for her, it was his daughter Ruth." He was looking at Ted, and Ted nodded eagerly, thinking now of what, in the practical sense, this would mean to Ruth. Mr. McFarland turned back to Cyrus as he remarked, "He spoke of Ruth with much feeling." Cyrus flushed. "I guess father was pretty much broken, in mind as well as body, at that time," he said unpleasantly. "His mind was all right," answered the lawyer curtly. He left a few minutes later. Harriet, who went with him to the door, did not return to the room. The two men and Ted sat for a moment in silence. Then Cyrus turned upon him as if angered by what he divined him to be feeling. "Well," he said roughly, "I suppose you're pleased." "I'm pleased, all right," replied Ted with satisfaction. He looked at the minister. "Good thing, for I guess I'm the only fellow here who is." Harriet's husband colored slightly. "I am neither pleased nor displeased," was his grave reply. "Surely it was for your father to do as he wished. For a father to forgive a child is moving. I only hope," he added, "that it will not seem in the community to mean the countenancing—" He paused, looking to Cyrus for approval. Then Ted blazed out. "Well, if you want to know what I think, I don't think a little countenancing of Ruth is going to do this community or anybody else any harm." Cyrus looked at him with that slightly sneering smile that always enraged Ted. "You're proud of your sister, I suppose?" he inquired politely. Ted reddened. Then he grew strangely quiet. "Yes," he said, "I believe I am. I've come pretty close to Ruth these last few days, and I think that's just what I am. Proud of her. I can't say I'm proud of what Ruth did. I'd have to think more about that. But I'm proud of what she is. And I don't know but it's what a person is that counts." He fell silent, thinking of what he meant by that, of the things he felt in Ruth. Cyrus laughed mockingly. "Rather a curious thing to be proud of, I should say. What she is— Ted jumped up. "Don't say it, Cy. Whatever it is you're going to say, just don't say it." Cyrus had risen, and was putting in his pocket a paper Mr. McFarland had given him. "No," he said smoothly, as if quite unperturbed. "And why not?" At that uncaring manner something seemed to break inside Ted's head, as if all the things Cyrus had said about Ruth had suddenly gathered there and pressed too hard. His arm shot out at his brother. "That's why not!" he cried. He had knocked Cyrus back against the wall and stood there threatening him. To the minister, who had stepped up, protesting, he snapped, "None of your put in. And after this, just be a little more careful in your talk. See?" He stepped back from Cyrus, but stood there glaring, breathing hard with anger. Cyrus, whose face had gone white, but who was calm, went back to the table and resumed what he had been doing there. "A creditable performance, I must say, for the day of your father's funeral," he remarked after a moment. "That's all right," retorted Ted. "Don't think I'm sorry. I don't know any better way to start out alone, than to tell you what I think of you. Let you know that I'll not take a thing off you about Ruth. You've done enough, Cy. Now you quit. You kept mother and father away when they didn't want to be kept away. And I want to tell you that I'm on to you anyway. Don't think for a minute that I believe it's your great virtue that's hurting you. You can't put that over on me. It's pride and stubbornness and just plain meanness makes you the way you are. Yes, I'm glad to have a chance to tell you what I think of you. And then I'm through with you, Cy. I think you're a pinhead. Why, you haven't got the heart of a flea. I don't know how anybody as fine as Ruth ever came to have a brother like you." His feeling had grown as he spoke, and he stopped now because he was too close to losing control. He reddened as his brother, calm, apparently unmoved, surveyed him as if mildly amused. That way Cyrus looked at him when they were quarreling always enraged him. If he would only say something, not stand there as if he were too superior to bother himself with such a thing. He knew Cyrus knew it maddened him, that was why he did it, and so it was quietly that he resumed. "No, Cy, I'm not with you, and you might as well know it. I'm for Ruth. You've got the world on your side, and I know the arguments you can put up, and all that, but Ruth's got a—" he fumbled a minute for the words. "Ruth's got a power and an understanding about her that you'll never have. She's got a heart. More than that, she's got character." He paused, thinking, and Cyrus did speak then. "Oh, I don't think I'd use that word," he said suavely. "No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't see it, but that's just what I mean." He turned to the minister. "Character, I say, is what my sister Ruth has got. Character is something more than putting up a slick front. It's something more than doing what's expected of you. It's a kind of being faithful to yourself. Being yourself. Oh, I know," at a sound from his brother, "just how you can laugh at it, but there's something to it just the same. Why, Ruth's got more real stuff in her than you two put together. After being with her these days, you, Cy, strike a fellow as pretty shallow." That brought the color to his brother's face. Stung to a real retort, he broke out with considerable heat. "If to have a respect for decency is shallow—" He quickly checked himself as the door opened and Harriet's maid entered. She paused, feeling the tension, startled by their faces. "Excuse me, sir," she said to the minister, "but Mrs. Tyler said I was to tell you she had gone out for a few minutes. She said to tell you she had gone to see her sister." She looked startled at Ted's laugh. After she had gone he laughed again. "Hard luck," he said to his brother-in-law, and walked from the room. He did not go directly home. He was too upset to face Ruth just then. He did not want her to know. It would trouble her. And he wanted to walk as fast as he could, walk off steam, he called it. His heart was pounding, and there seemed too much blood in his head. But he wasn't sorry, he told himself. Cy would have it in for him now, but what did he care for that? He could get along without him. But his lips trembled as he thought that. He had had to get along without his mother. From now on he would have to get along without his father. He had a moment of feeling very much alone. And then he thought of Ruth. Yes, there was Ruth. He wheeled toward home. He wanted to tell her. He hoped Harriet hadn't got it told. He wanted to tell her himself. Bless Dad. He loved him for doing that. If only he'd known it in time to let him know what he thought of him for doing it. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Harriet had been with Ruth for half an hour, and still she had not told her what she had come to tell her. She was meaning to tell it before she left, to begin it any minute now, but, much as she wanted to tell it, she shrank from doing so. It seemed that telling that would open everything up, and they had opened nothing up. Harriet had grown into a way of shrinking back from the things she really wanted to do, was unpracticed in doing what she felt like doing. Acting upon an impulse, she had started for Ruth. There had been a moment of real defiance when she told Mamie to tell Mr. Tyler that she had gone to see her sister. She had a right to go and see her sister. No one should keep her from it. Her heart was stirred by what her father had done about Ruth. It made her know that she too felt more than she had shown. His having done that made her want to do something. It moved her to have this manifestation of a softening she had not suspected. It reached something in her, something that made her feel a little more free, more bold, more loving. His defiance, for she felt that in it too, struck a spark in her. She even had a secret satisfaction in the discomfiture she knew this revelation of her father's, what they would call weakening, caused her husband and her brother. Unacknowledged dissatisfactions of her own sharpened her feeling about it. She had not looked at either her husband or Cyrus when the announcement was made, but beneath her own emotion was a secret, unacknowledged gloating at what she knew was their displeasure, at their helplessness to resent. Ted was a dear boy. Ted's shining eyes somehow made her know just how glad she herself was. So she had hurried along, stirred, eager to tell Ruth. But once with her she held back from telling her, grew absurdly timid about it. It seemed so much else might come when that came. Things long held back, things hard to let oneself talk about. And then Ruth was so strange tonight. After that first day it had been easy to talk with Ruth. That first embarrassment over, she had seemed simple and natural, and Harriet could talk with her about the little things that came up, and at times just forget the big thing that held them apart. After that first meeting she had felt much more comfortable with Ruth than she would have supposed the terrible circumstances would let her feel. But tonight Ruth was different, constrained, timid. She seemed holding herself back, as if afraid of something. It made Harriet conscious of what there was holding them apart. She did not know how to begin what she had been so eager to tell. And so they talked of surface things, current things, the service that afternoon, some of the relatives who had been there, of old friends of their father's. They kept away from the things their hearts were full of. Ruth had been glad to see Harriet. It touched her that Harriet should come. But she was nervous with her. It was true that she was holding back. That new assurance which had helped her through the last few days had deserted her. Since Ted told her of Mildred, that inner quiet from which assurance drew was dispelled. She seemed struck back, bewildered, baffled. Was it always to be that way? Every time she gained new ground for her feet, was she simply to be struck back to new dismays, new incertitudes, new pain? Had she only deluded herself in that feeling which had created the strengthening calm of the last few days? After Ted left her, she had continued to sit looking down the street where Mildred had gone. Just a little while before she had been looking down that street as the way she herself had gone, the young girl giving herself to love, facing all perils, daring all things for the love in her heart. But now she was not thinking of the love in Mildred's heart. She was thinking of the perils around her, the pity of it, the waiting disaster. A little while before it had seemed there should always be a place in the world for love, that things shutting love out were things unreal. And now she longed to be one with Edith in getting Mildred back to those very things, those unreal things that would safeguard. The mockery of it beat her back, robbing her of the assurance that had been her new strength. That was why Harriet found her strange, hard to talk to. She wanted to cower back. She tried not to think of Mildred, to get back to herself. But that she could not do. Mildred was there in between, confusing, a mockery. Harriet spoke of the house, how she supposed the best thing to do would be to offer it for sale. Ruth looked startled and pained. "It's in bad repair," Harriet said. "It's all run down. And then, there's really no reason for keeping it." And then they fell silent, thinking of years gone, years when the house had not been all run down, when there was good reason for keeping it. To let the house go to strangers seemed the final acknowledgment that all those old things had passed away. It was a more intimate, a sympathetic silence into which that feeling flowed, each thinking of old days in that house, each knowing that the other was thinking of those days. Harriet could see Ruth as a little girl running through those rooms. She remembered a certain little blue gingham dress, and Ruth's hair braided down her back. Pictures of Ruth with their grandfather, their mother, their father, all those three gone now. She started to tell Ruth what she had come to tell her, then changed it to something else, still holding back, afraid of emotion, of breaking through, seeming powerless and hating herself for being powerless. She would tell that a little later, before she left. She would wait until Ted came in. She seized upon that, it let her out. Let her out from the thing she had been all warm eagerness to do. To bridge that time she asked a few diffident questions about the West. She really wanted very much to know how Ruth lived, how she managed. But she put the question carefully, it would seem reluctantly, just because almost everything seemed to lead to that one thing, the big thing that lay there between her and Ruth. It was hard to ask questions about the house Ruth lived in and not let her mind get swamped by that one terrible fact that she lived there with Stuart Williams, another woman's husband. Harriet's manner made Ruth bitter. It seemed Harriet was afraid to talk to her, evidently afraid that at any moment she would come upon something she did not want to come near. Harriet needn't be so afraid. She wasn't going to contaminate her. And so the talk became a pretty miserable affair. It was a relief when Flora Copeland came into the room. "There's someone here to see you, Ruth," she said. "Dean?" inquired Ruth. "No, a woman." "A woman?" And then, at the note of astonishment in her own voice, she laughed in an embarrassed little way. "Yes, a Mrs. Herman. She says you may remember her as Annie Morris. She says she went to school with you." "Yes," said Ruth, "I know." She was looking down, pulling at her handkerchief. After an instant she looked up and said quietly, "Won't you ask her to come in here?" The woman who stood in the doorway a moment later gave the impression of life, work having squeezed her too hard. She had quick movements, as if she were used to doing things in a hurry. She had on a cheap, plain suit, evidently bought several years before. She was very thin, her face almost pinched, but two very live eyes looked out from it. She appeared embarrassed, but somehow the embarrassment seemed only a surface thing. She held out a red, rough hand to Ruth, and smiled in a quick, bright way as she said, "I don't know that you remember me, Ruth." "Oh, yes, I do, Annie," Ruth replied, and held on to the red, rough hand. "I didn't know. I'm sure," she laughed, "that you've always meant more to me than I could to you." After Ruth had introduced Harriet, the stranger explained that with, "I thought a great deal of Ruth when we were in school together. She never knew it. She had so many friends." A little pause followed that. "So I couldn't bear to go away," Annie went on in her rather sharp, bright way, "without seeing you, Ruth. I hope I'm not intruding, coming so soon." "You are not intruding, Annie," said Ruth. Her voice shook just a little. Ted had come home, and came in the room then and was introduced to Annie, with whom, though frankly surprised at seeing her, he shook hands warmly. "But we do know each other," he said. "Oh, yes," she laughed. "I've brought you many a cauliflower." "And oh, those eggs," he laughed back. Again there was a slight pause, and then Annie turned to Ruth with the manner of being bound to get right into the thing she had come to say. "I didn't wait longer, Ruth, because I was afraid you might get away, and I wondered," this she said diffidently, as one perhaps expecting too much, "if there was any chance of your coming out to make me a little visit before you go back. You know," she turned hastily to Ted, turning away from the things gathering in Ruth's eyes, "the country is so lovely now. I thought it might do Ruth good. She must be tired after the long journey and all. I thought a good rest." She turned back to Ruth. "Don't you think, Ruth," she coaxed, "that you'd like to come out and play with my baby?" And then no one knew what to do, for suddenly Ruth was shaken with sobs. Ted was soothing her, telling Annie that naturally she was nervous that night. "Ted," she choked, in a queer, wild way, laughing through the sobs, "did you hear? She wants me to come out and play with her baby." Harriet got up and walked to the other side of the room. Ruth, laughing, crying, was repeating, "She wants me to play with her baby." Harriet thought of her own children at home, whom Ruth had not seen. She listened to the plans Annie and Ted and Ruth were making, and wretchedly wished she had done differently years before. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ruth had been with Annie for 5 days now. The original 3 days for which she had said she could come had been lengthened to a week, and she knew that she would not want to go even then. For here was rest. Here she could forget about herself as set apart from others. Here she did not seem apart. After the stress of those days at home, it was good to rest in this simple feeling of being just one with others. It was good to lie on the grass under the trees, troubled thoughts in abeyance, and feel spring in the earth, take it in by smell and sound. It was wonderfully good to play with the children, to lie on the grass and let the little 2-year-old girl, Annie's baby, pull at her hair, toddling around her, cooing and crowing. There was healing in that. It was good to be some place where she did not seem to cause embarrassment, to be where she was wanted. After the strain of recent events, the simple things of these days were very sweet to her. It had become monstrous always to have to feel that something about her made her different from other people. There was something terrible in it, something not good for one. Here was release from that. And it was good to be with Annie. They had not talked much yet, not seriously talked. Annie seemed to know that it was rest in little things Ruth needed now, not talk of big ones. They talked about the chickens and the cows, the flowers and the cauliflowers, about the children's pranks. It was restoring to talk thus of inconsequential things. Ruth was beginning to feel more herself than she had felt in years. On that 5th day, her step was lighter than when she came. It was easier to laugh. Hers had once been so sunny a nature. It was amazingly easy to break out of the moroseness with which circumstances had clouded her into that native sunniness. That afternoon she sat on the knoll above the house, leaning back against a tree, and smiling lazily at the gambolling of the new little pigs. Annie was directing the boy who had been helping her cut asparagus to carry the baskets up where Ruth was sitting. "I'm going to talk to you while I make this into bunches, Ruth," she called. "I'll help," Ruth called back with zest. They talked at first of the idiosyncrasies of the asparagus beds, of the marketing of it. Then something Annie said set Ruth thinking of something that had happened when they were in high school. "Oh, do you remember, Annie?" she laughingly began. There was that sort of talk for a while. "Do you remember, or, oh, whatever became of—" As they worked on, Ruth thought of the strangeness of her being there with this girl who, when they were in school together, had meant so little to her. Her own work lagged, watching Annie as with quick, sure motions she made the asparagus into bunches for market. She did things deftly, and somehow gave the feeling of subordinating them to something else, of not letting them take all of her. Ruth watched her with affectionate interest. She wore an all-over gingham apron, her big sun hat pushed back from her browned, thin face. She was not at all attractive unless one saw the eager, living eyes, keenly intelligent eyes. Ruth thought of her other friends, the girls who had been her friends when she was in school and whom she had not seen now. She wondered why it was Annie had none of the feeling that kept those other girls away. Annie's husband was a slow, stolid man. Ruth supposed that in his youth, when Annie married him, he had perhaps been attractive in his stalwartness. He was sluggish now, good-humoured enough, but apparently as heavy in spirit as in body. Things outside the material round of life, working, eating, sleeping, simply did not seem to exist for him. At first she wondered how Annie could be content with life with him, Annie who herself was so keenly alive. Thinking of it now, it seemed Annie had the same adjustment to him that she had to the asparagus, something subordinated, not taking up very much of herself. She had about Annie, and she did not know just why she had it, the feeling that here was a person who could not be very greatly harmed, could not be completely absorbed by routine, could not, for some reason she could not have given, be utterly vanquished by any circumstance. She went about her work as if that were one thing, and then there were other things, as if she were in no danger of being swallowed up in her manner of living. There was something apart that was dauntless. Ruth wondered about her. She wanted to find out about her. She wanted for herself that valiant spirit, a certain unconquerableness she felt in Annie. Annie broke a pause to say, "You can't know, Ruth, how much it means to have you here." Ruth's face lighted and she smiled. She started to speak, but instead only smiled again. She wanted to tell what it meant to her to be there, but that seemed a thing not easily told. "I wish you could stay longer," Annie went on, all the while working. "So—" She paused and continued a little diffidently. "So we could really get acquainted, really talk. I hardly ever have anyone to talk to," she said wistfully. "One gets pretty lonely sometimes. It would be good to have someone to talk to about the things one thinks." "What are the things you think, Annie?" Ruth asked impulsively. "Oh, no mighty thoughts," laughed Annie. "But of course I'm always thinking about things. We keep alive by thinking, don't we?" Ruth gave her a startled look. "Perhaps it's because I haven't had from life itself much of what I'd like to have," Annie was going on, "that I've made a world within. Can't let life cheat us, Ruth," she said brightly. "If we can't have things in one way, have to get them in another." Again Ruth looked at her in that startled way. Annie did not see it, reaching over for more asparagus. She was all the time working along in that quick, sure way, doing what she was doing cleverly and as if it weren't very important. "Perhaps, Ruth," she said after a minute, "that's why my schoolgirl fancy for you persisted, deepened the way it has." She hesitated, then said simply, "I liked you for not letting life cheat you." She looked up with a quick little nod as she said that, but found Ruth's face very serious, troubled. "But I don't think I've done what you mean, Annie," she began uncertainly. "I did what I did because I had to, and I'm afraid I haven't gone on. It begins to seem to me now that I've stayed in a pretty small place. I've been afraid," she concluded with sudden scorn. "That isn't much wonder," Annie murmured gently. "But with me," she took it up after a little, I've had to go on. Her voice went hard in saying it. Things would have just shut right down on me if I would have let them, she finished grimly. I married for passion, she began quietly after a minute. Most people do, I presume. At least, most people who marry young. Ruth colored. She was not used to saying things right out like that. Romantic love is a wonderful thing, Annie pursued. I suppose it's the most beautiful thing in the world, while it lasts. She laughed in a queer, grim little way, and gave a sharp twist to the knot she was tying. Sometimes it opens up to another sort of love, love of another quality, and to companionship. It must be a beautiful thing when it does that. She hesitated a moment before she finished with a dryness that had that grim quality. With me, it didn't. So there came a time, she went on, and seemed newly to have gained serenity, when I saw that I had to give up, go under, or get through myself what I wasn't going to get through anyone else. Oh, it's not the beautiful way, not the complete way. But it's one way, she flashed in fighting voice. I fought for something, Ruth. I held it. I don't know that I've a name for it, but it's the most precious thing in life. My life itself is pretty limited. Aside from the children, she softened in speaking of them, my life is pretty barren. And as for the children, that fighting spirit broke sharply through, they're all the more reason for not sinking into things, not sinking into them, she laughed. As she stopped there, Ruth asked eagerly, eyes intently upon her, But just what is it you mean, Annie? Just what is it you've fought for, kept? To be my own, Annie flashed back at her like steel. Then she changed. For the first time her work fell unheeded in her lap. The eyes which a minute before had flashed fight looked far off and were dreamy. Her face, over which the skin seemed to have become stretched, burned by years of sun and wind, quivered a little. When she spoke again it was firmly but with sadness. It's what we think that counts, Ruth. It's what we feel. It's what we are. Oh, I'd like richer living, more beauty, more joy. Well, I haven't those things. For various reasons I won't have them. That makes it the more important to have all I can take. It leaped out from the gentler thinking like a sent arrow. Nobody holds my thoughts. They travel as far as they themselves have power to travel. They bring me whatever they can bring me, and I shut nothing out. I'm not afraid. Ruth was looking at her with passionate earnestness. Over there in that town, Annie made a little gesture toward it, are hundreds of women who would say they have a great deal more than I have. And it's true enough, she laughed, that they have some things I'd like to have. But do you think I'd trade with them? Oh, no, not much. The free don't trade with the bond, Ruth. And still Ruth did not speak, but listened with that passionate intentness. There in that town, Annie went on, are people, most a whole townful of them, who are going through life without being really awake to life at all. They move around in a closed place, doing the same silly little things. Copycats, repeaters. They're not their own. They're not awake. They're like things run by machinery, like things going in their sleep. Take those girls we used to go to school with. Why, take Edith Lawrence. I see her sometimes. She always speaks sweetly to me. She means to be nice. But she moves round and round in her little place, and she doesn't even know of the wonderful things going on in the world today. Do you think I'd trade with her? Social leader and all the rest of it. She was gathering together the bundles of asparagus. She had finished her work. Very sweet, very charming. She disposed of Edith. But she simply doesn't count. The world's moving away from her, and she, Annie laughed with a mild scorn, doesn't even know that. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was late when Ruth went to sleep that night. She and Annie talked through the evening, of books Annie was reading, of the things which were interesting her. She was rich in interests. Ideas were as personal things to her. She found personal satisfactions in them. She was following things which Ruth knew little about. She had been long away from the centres of books, and out of touch with awakened people. A whole new world seemed to open from these things that were vital to Annie. There was promise in them, a quiet road out from the hard things of self. There were new poets in the world, there were bold new thinkers, there was an amazing new art. Science was reinterpreting the world and workers and women were setting themselves free. Everywhere the old pattern was being shot through with new ideas. Everywhere were new attempts at a better way of doing things. She had been away from all that. What she knew of the world's new achievement had seemed unreal, or at least detached, not having any touch with her own life. But as disclosed by Annie, those things became realities, things to enrich one's own life. It kindled old fires of her girlhood, fanned the old desire to know. Personal things had seemed to quell that. The storm in her own life had shut down around her. Now she saw that she, like those others whom Annie scorned, had not kept that openness to life, had let her own life shut her in. She had all along been eager for books, but had not been fortunate in the things she had come upon. She had not had access to large libraries, many times not even to small ones. She had had little money for buying books, and was so out of touch with the world that she had not had much initiative in trying to get hold of things. She felt now that she had failed miserably in that, but there were years when she was like a hurt thing that keeps in hiding, most of all wanting to escape more hurt. It had been a weakness. She clearly saw that now, and it had been weakening to her powers. Most of the books she had come upon were of that shut-in life Annie scorned, written from within that static living, and for it. People in them had the feeling it was right people should have, unless there were bad people in the book, and then they were very definitely bad. Many of those books had been not only unsatisfying, but saddening to her, causing her to feel newly apart from the experiences of people of her kind. But now Annie's books let her glimpse a new world, a world which questioned, a world of protest, of experiment, a world in which people unafraid were trying to find the truth, trying to build freshly, to supplant things outworn with the vital forms of a new reality. It was quickening. It made her eager. She was going to take some of those books home. She would send for others, would learn how to keep in touch with this new world which was emerging from the old. It was like breaking out from a closed circle. It was adventure. Even after she went to her room that night, late though it was, she did not go at once to bed. She sat for a time looking off at the lights of that town for which she had so long grieved, the town that had shut her out. The fact that it had shut her out had been a determining thing in her life, to her spirit. She wondered now if perhaps she had not foolishly spent herself in grieving for a thing that would have meant little could she have had it. For it seemed now that it had remained very much a fixed thing, and now she knew that, with it all, she herself had not been fixed. The things of which Annie talked, things men of this new day were expressing, roused her like this, not because they were all new, but because of her own inner gropings. Within herself she had been stumbling toward some of those things. Here was the sure expression of some halting thoughts of her own. It was exciting to find that there were people who were feeling the things that, even in that timid, uncertain way, she had come to feel by herself. She had been half afraid to formulate some of the things that had come into her mind. This gathered together the timid little shoots. She was excited about the things of which Annie talked, those new ideals of freedom, not so much because they were new and daring and illumining things, as because they did not come all alien. There was something from within to go out to them. In that, not that there were interesting things she could have from without, but that she, opened to the new stimulus, could become something from within, was the real excitation. The joy of the new promise was there. And this new stir, this promise of new satisfactions, let her feel that her life was not all mapped out, designed ahead. She went to sleep that night with a wonderful feeling of there being as much for her in life as she herself had power to take. And she woke with that feeling. She was eager to be up, to be out in the sunshine. Annie, she found, had gone early to town with her vegetables. Ruth helped 11-year-old Dorothy, the eldest child, get off for school, and walked with her to the schoolhouse half a mile down the road. The little girl's shyness wore away, and she chatted with Ruth about school, about teachers and lessons and play. Ruth loved it. It seemed to set the seal of a human relationship upon her new feeling. What a wonderful thing for Annie to have these children! Today gladness in there being children in the world went out past sorrow in her own deprivation. The night before she had said to Annie, "You have your children. That makes life worth while to you, doesn't it?" And Annie, with that hard, swift look of being ruthless for getting at the truth, for getting her feeling straight and expressing it truly, had answered, "Not in itself. I mean, it's not all. I think much precious life has gone dead under that idea of children being enough, letting them be all. We count. I count. Just leaving life isn't all. Living it while we're here, that counts too, and keeping open to it in more than any one relationship. Suppose they, in their turn, have that idea, then life's never really lived, is it? Always just passed on, always put off." They had talked of that at some length. "Certainly I want my children to have more than I have," Annie said. "I am working that they may. But in that working for them I'm not going to let go of the fact that I count too. Now's my only chance," she finished, in that grim little way as one not afraid to be hard. Thinking back to that, it seemed to Ruth a bigger mother feeling than the old one. It was not the sort of maternal feeling to hem in the mother and oppress the children. It was love and freedom, love that did not hold in or try to hold in. It would develop a sense of the preciousness of life. It did not glory self-sacrifice, that insidious foe to the fullness of living. Thinking of that, and going out from that to other things, she sat down on a log by the roadside, luxuriating in the opulence and freshness of the world that May morning, newly tuned to life, vibrant with that same fresh sense of it, glad gratefulness in returning to it, that comes after long sickness, after imprisonment. The world was full of singing birds that morning. Glorious to be in a world of singing birds. The earth smelled so good. There were plum trees in bloom behind her. Every little breeze brought their fragrance. The grass under her feet was springy. The world was vibrant, beautiful, glad. The earth seemed so strong, so full of still unused powers, so ready to give. She sat there a long time. She had the courage this morning to face the facts of her life. She was eager to face them, to understand them that she might go on understandingly. She had the courage to face the facts relating to herself and Stuart. That was a thing she had not dared do. With them love had to last, for love was all they had. They had only each other. They did not dare let themselves think of such a thing as the love between them failing. Well, it had not failed, but she let herself see now how greatly it had changed. There was something strangely freeing in just letting herself see it. Of course there had been change. Things always changed. Love changed within marriage. She did not know why she should expect it to be different with her. But in the usual way, within marriage, it would matter less, for there would be more ways of adapting oneself to the changing. Then one could reach out into new places in life, gaining new channels, taking on new things as old ones slipped away, finding in common interests, common pleasures, the new adjustment for feeling. But with them life had seemed to shut right down around them, and they had never been able to relax in the reassuring sense of the lastingness of their love. She had held herself tense in the idea that there was no change, would be none. She had a feeling now of having tried too hard, of being tired through long trying. There was relief in just admitting that she was tired. And so she let herself look at it now, admitting that she had been clutching at a vanished thing. It would have been different, she felt, had the usual channels of living been opened to them. Then together they could have reached out into new experiences. Their love had been real, great. Related to living, surely it could have remained the heart of life. Her seeing now that much of the life had gone out of it did not bear down upon her with the great sadness she would have expected. She knew now that in her heart she had known for a long time that passion had gone. Facing it was easier than refusing to see. It ceased to be a terrible thing once one looked at it. Of this she was sure. Love should be able to be a part of the rest of life, the big relationship, but one among others. The most intense interest, but one with other interests. Unrooted, detached, it might for the time be the more intense, but it had less ways of saving itself. If simply, naturally, they could have grown into the common life, she felt they might have gone on without too much consciousness of change, growing into new things as old ones died away, half unconsciously making adjustments, doubtless feeling something gone, but in the sharing of new things not left desolate through that sense of the passing of old ones. frightened by the thought of having nothing else. They had tried too hard. She was tired. She believed that Stuart too was tired. There was a certain tired tenderness in her thinking of him. Dear Stuart, he loved easy, pleasant living. It seemed he was not meant for the two great tests, for tragically isolated love. She knew that he had never ceased to miss the things he had let go, his place among men, the stimulus of the light, pleasant social relationships with women. He was meant for a love more flexibly related to living, a love big and real but fitted more loosely, a little more carelessly to life. There was always so deep a contrition for his irritations with her. The whole trouble was indicated right there, that the contrition should be all out of proportion to the offence. It would have been better had he felt more free to be irritated. One should not have to feel frightened at a little bit of one's own bad temper, appalled at crossness, at hours of ennui. Driving them back together after every drifting apart, all of that made for an intensity of passion, passion whipped to life by fear. But that was not the way to grow into life. Flames kindled by fear made intense moments, but after a time left too many waste places between them and the lives of men. Today her hope for the future was in the opening of new places. She was going back with new vision, new courage. They must not any longer cling together in their one little place, coming finally to actual resentment of one another for the enforced isolation. They must let themselves go out into living, dare more, trust more, lose that fear of rebuff, hope for more from life, claim more. As she rose and started towards home, there was a new spring in her step. For her part, she was through with that shrinking back. She hoped she could bring Stuart to share her feeling, could inspire in him this new trust, new courage that had so stimulated and heartened her. Her hope for their future lay there. Climbing a hill, she came in sight of the little city which they had given up, for which they had grieved. Well, they had grieved too much, she resolutely decided now. There were wider horizons than the one that shut down upon that town. She was not conquered. She would not be conquered. She stood on the hilltop, exulting in that sense of being free. She had been a weakling to think her life all settled. Only cowards and the broken in spirit surrendered the future as payment for the past. Love was the great and beautiful wonder. But surely one should not stay with it in the place where it found one. Why, loving should light the way. Far from engulfing all the rest of life, it seemed now that love should open life to one. Whether one kept it or whether one lost it, it failed if it did not send one farther along the way. She had been afraid to think of her love changing, because that had seemed to grant that it had failed. But now it seemed that it failed if it did not leave her bigger than it had found her. Her eyes filled in response to the stern beauty of that. Not that one stay with love in the same place, but rather the meaning of it all was in just this, that it send one on. Eyes still dimmed with the feeling of it, she stood looking as if in a final letting go at that town off there on the bend of the river. It became to her the world of shut-in people, people not going on, people who loved and never saw the meaning of love, whose experiences were not as wings to carry them, but as walls shutting them in. She was through grieving for those people. She was going on, past them, so far beyond them that her need for them would fall away. She was conscious of an approaching horse and buggy and stepped aside, then walked on, so aglow with her own thoughts that a passing by did not break in upon her. She did not even know that the girl in the runabout had stopped her horse. At the cry, "Oh, I'm so glad!" she was as startled as if she had thought herself entirely alone. It was a big effort to turn, to gather herself together and speak. She had been so far away, so completely possessed, that it took her an instant to realize that the girl leaning eagerly toward her was Mildred Woodbury. Mildred was moving over on the seat, inviting her to get in. "I'm so glad," she repeated. "I went to Mrs. Herman's, and was so disappointed to miss you. I thought maybe I'd come upon you somewhere." She laughed gladly, though not without embarrassment. There was a moment of wanting to run away, of really considering it. She knew now, had remembered, realized, what it was about Mildred. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Her instinct to protect herself from this young girl was the thing that gained composure for her. At first it was simply one of those physical instincts that draw us back from danger, from pain. And then she threw the whole force of her will to keeping that semblance of composure. Her instinct was not to let reserves break down, not to show agitation, to protect herself by never leaving commonplace ground. It was terribly hard, this driving back the flood tide of feeling and giving no sign of the struggle, the resentment. It was as if every nerve had been charged to full life and then left there outraged. But she could do it. She could appear pleasantly surprised at Mildred's having come to take her for a drive, could talk along about the little things that must be her shield against the big ones. Something in her had gone hard in that first moment of realizing who Mildred was. She was not going to be driven back again. And so she forced herself to talk pleasantly of the country through which they went, of Mildred's horse, of driving and riding. But it was impossible not to grow a little interested in this young Mildred Woodbury. She sat erect, and drove in a manner that had the little tricks of worldliness, but was somehow charming in spite of its artificiality. Ruth was thinking that Mildred was a more sophisticated young person than she herself had been at that age. She wondered if sophistication was increasing in the world, if there was more of it in Freeport than there used to be. They talked of Ruth's father, of Mildred's people, of the neighborhood both knew so well. From that it drifted to the social life of the town. She was amused, rather sadly amused, at Mildred's air of superiority about it. It seemed so youthful, so facile. Listening to Mildred now, pictures flashed before her. She and Edith Lawrence, girls of about 15, going over to the Woodburys and eagerly asking, "Could we take the baby out, Mrs. Woodbury?" "Now you'll be very, very careful, girls," Mrs. Woodbury would say, wrapping Mildred all up in soft pink things. "Oh, yes, Mrs. Woodbury," they would reply, a little shocked that she could entertain the thought of their not being careful. And then they would start off cooing girlish things about the cunning little darling. This was that baby. In spite of her determination to hold aloof from Mildred, there was no banishing it, no banishing the apprehension that grew with the girls' talk. For Mildred seemed so much a part of the very thing for which she had this easy scorn. Something in the way she held the lines made it seem she would not belong anywhere else. She looked so carefully prepared for the very life for which she expressed disdain. She tried to forget the things that were coming back to her. How Mildred would gleefully hold up her hands to have her mittens put on when she and Edith were about to take her out, and tried too to turn the conversation, breaking out with something about Mrs. Herman's children. But it became apparent that Mildred was not to be put off. Everything Ruth would call up to hold her off she somehow forced around to an approach for what she wanted to say. And then it came abruptly, as if she were tired of trying to lead up to it. "I've been wanting to see you, Ruth." She hesitated over the name, but brought it out bravely, and it occurred to Ruth then that Mildred had not known how to address her. "When I heard you were here," she added, "I was determined you shouldn't get away without my seeing you." Ruth looked at her with a little smile, moved, in spite of herself, by the impetuousness of the girl's tone, by something real that broke through the worldly little manner. "I don't feel as the rest of them do." She flushed and said it hurriedly, a little tremulously, and yet there was something direct and honest in her eyes, as if she were going to say it whether it seemed nice taste or not. It reached Ruth, went through her self-protective determination not to be reached. Her heart went out to Mildred's youth, to this appeal from youth, moved by the freshness and realness beneath that surface artificiality, saddened by this defiance of one who, it seemed, could so little understand how big was the thing she defied, who seemed so much the product of the thing she scorned, so dependent on what she was apparently in the mood to flout. "I don't know that they are to be blamed for their feeling, Mildred," she answered quietly. "Oh, yes, they are," hotly contended the girl. "It's because they don't understand. It's because they can't understand." The reins had fallen loose in her hand. The whip sagged. She drooped. That stiff, chic little manner gone. She turned a timid, trusting face to Ruth, a light shining through troubled eyes. "It's love that counts, isn't it, Ruth?" she asked, half humble, half defiant. It swept Ruth's heart of everything but sympathy. Her hand closed over Mildred's. "What is it, dear?" she asked. "Just what is it?" Mildred's eyes filled. Ruth could understand that so well. what sympathy meant to a feeling shut in, a feeling the whole world seemed against. "It's with me, as it was with you," the girl answered very low and simply. "It's like that." Ruth shut her eyes for an instant. They were passing something fragrant. It came to her, an old fragrance, like something out of things past. A robin was singing. She opened her eyes and looked at Mildred, saw the sunshine finding gold in the girl's hair. The sadness of it, of youth and suffering, of pain in a world of beauty, that reach of pain into youth, into love, made it hard to speak. "I'm sorry, dear," was all she could say. They rode a little way in silence. Ruth did not know how to speak, what to say, and then Mildred began to talk, finding relief in saying things long held in. Ruth understood that so well. Oh, she understood it all so well, the whole tumult of it, the confused thinking, the joy, the passion that would sacrifice anything, that would let the whole world go. Here it was again. She knew just what it was. "So you can see," Mildred was saying, "what you have meant to me." Yes, she could see that. They were driving along the crest of the hills back of the town. Mildred pointed to it. "That town isn't the whole of the world," she exclaimed passionately, after speaking of the feeling that was beginning to form there against herself. "What do I care?" she demanded defiantly. "It's not the whole of the world." Ruth looked at it. She could see the Lawrence house. It had a high place and was visible from all around. Mildred's home was not far from there. Her own old home was only a block farther on. She had another one of those flashing pictures from things far back, Mrs. Woodbury, Mildred's mother, standing at the door with a bowl of chicken broth for Mrs. Holland, Ruth's mother, who was ill. "I thought maybe this would taste good," she could hear Mrs. Woodbury saying. Strange how things one had forgotten came back. Other things came back as for a moment she continued to look at the town where both she and Mildred had been brought up, where their ties were. Then she turned back to Mildred, to this other girl who, claimed by passionate love, was in the mood to let it all go. "But that's just what it is, Mildred," she said. "The trouble is, it is the whole of the world." "It's the whole of the social world," she answered with a look of surprise. "It's just the same everywhere. And it's astonishing how united the world is. You give it up in one place, you've about given it up for every place." "Then the whole social world's not worth it," broke from Mildred. "It's not worth enough." Ruth found it hard to speak. She did not know what to say. She had a flashing sense of the haphazardness of life, of the power, the flame this found in Mildred that the usual experiences would never have found, of how, without it, she would doubtless have developed much like the other girls of her world, how she might develop because of it, how human beings were shaped by chance. She looked at Mildred's face, troubled, passionate, a confused defiance, and yet something real there looking through the tumult, something flaming, something that would fight, a something, she secretly knew, more flaming, more fighting than might ever break to life in Mildred again. And then she happened to look down at the girl's feet, the very smart low shoes of dull kid, perfectly fitted, high-arched, the silk stockings, the slender ankle. They seemed so definitely feet for the places prepared, for the easier ways, not fitted for going a hard way alone. It made her feel like a mother who would want to keep a child from a way she herself knew was too hard. "But what are you going to put in the place of that social world, Mildred?" she gently asked. "There must be something to fill its place. What is that going to be?" "Love will fill its place," came youth's proud, sure answer. Ruth was looking straight ahead. The girl's tone had thrilled her. That faith in love, that courage for it. It was so youthful, so youthfully sure, so triumphant in blindness. Youth would dare so much. Youth knew so little. She did not say anything. She could not bear to. "Love can fill its place," Mildred said again, as if challenging that silence. And as still Ruth did not speak, she demanded, sharply, "Can't it?" Ruth turned to her a tender, compassionate face, too full of feeling, of conflict, to speak. Slowly, as if she could not bear to do it, she shook her head. Mildred looked just dazed for a moment, then so much as if one in whom she had trusted, on one whom she had counted for a great deal, had failed her, that Ruth made a little gesture as if to say it was not that, as if to say she was sorry it seemed like that. Mildred did not heed it. But it has with you, she insisted. It has not, leaped out the low, savage answer that startled the woman from whom it came. It has not, she repeated fiercely. Her rage was against the feeling that seemed to trick one like that, the way love got one, made one believe that nothing else in the world mattered but just itself. It wasn't fair. It was cruel. That made her savage. Savage for telling Mildred the other side of it. The side love blinded her to. In that moment it seemed that love was a trap. It took hold of one and persuaded one things were true that weren't true. Just then it seemed a horrible thing the way love got one through lovely things, through beauty and tenderness, through the sweetest things, then did as it pleased with the life it had stolen in upon. Fiercely she turned the other face, told Mildred what love in loneliness meant, what it meant to be shut away from one's own kind, what that hurting of other lives did to one's self, what isolation made of one, what it did to love. Things leaped out that she had never faced, had never admitted for true. The girl to whom she talked was frightened, and she was frightened herself. At least what she told of what she herself had felt, feeling that she had never admitted she had had. She let the light in on things kept in the dark even in her own soul, a cruel light, a light that spared nothing, that seemed to find a savage delight in exposing the things deepest concealed. She would show the other side of it. There was a certain gloating in doing it, getting ahead of a thing that would trick one. And then that spent itself as passion will, and she grew quieter, and talked in a simple way of what loneliness meant, of what longing for home meant, of what it meant to know one had hurt those who had always been good to one, who loved and trusted. She spoke of her mother, of her father, and then she broke down and cried, and Mildred listened in silence to those only half-smothered sobs. When Ruth was able to stop, she looked up, timidly, at Mildred. Something seemed to have gone out of the girl, something youthful and superior, something radiant and assured. She looked crumpled up. The utter misery in her eyes, about her mouth, made Ruth whisper, "I'm sorry, Mildred." Mildred looked at her with a bitter little laugh and then turned quickly away. Ruth had never felt more wretched in her life than when, without Mildred having said a word, they turned in the gate leading up to Annie's. She wanted to say something to comfort. She cast around for something. "Maybe," she began, "that it will come right, anyway." Again Mildred only laughed in that hard little way. When they were halfway up the hill, Mildred spoke, as if, in miserable uncertainty, thinking things aloud. "Mrs. Blair has asked me to go to Europe with her for the summer," she said, in a voice that seemed to have no spring left in it. "She's chaperoning a couple of girls. I could go with them." "Oh, do, Mildred!" cried Ruth. "Do that!" It seemed to her wonderfully tender, wonderfully wise of Edith. She was all eagerness to induce Mildred to go with Edith. But there was no answering enthusiasm. Mildred drooped. She did not look at Ruth. "I could do that," she said in a lifeless way, as if it didn't matter much what she did. When they said good-bye, Mildred's broken smile made Ruth turn hastily away. But she looked back after the girl had driven off, wanting to see if she was sitting up in that sophisticated little way she had. But Mildred was no longer sitting that way. She sagged, as if she did not care anything about how she sat. Ruth stood looking after her, watching as far as she could see her, longing to see her sit up, to see her hold the whip again in that stiff, chic little fashion. But she did not do it. Her horse was going along as if he knew there was no interest in him. Ruth could not bear it. If only the whip would go up at just that right little angle. But it did not. She could not see the whip at all. Only the girl's drooping back. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Mildred had passed from sight, Ruth slowly turned toward the house. She noticed the vegetable wagon there in front of the barn, so Annie had come home. She turned away from the kitchen door she had been about to enter. She did not want to talk to Annie just then. But when she had passed around to the other side of the house, she saw, standing with their backs to her in the little flower garden, Annie, and a woman she was astonished to recognize as her sister Harriet. She made a move toward the little hill that rose behind the house. She would get away. But Mr. Herman appeared just then at the top of the hill. He saw her. He must see that she had seen the others. So she would have to stay and talk to Harriet. It seemed a thing she absolutely could not do. It had come to seem she was being made some kind of sport of, as if the game were to buffet her about between this feeling and that, let her gain a little ground, get to a clearing, then throw her back to new confusion. That day, anyway, she could bear no more of it. It was hard to reply to Mr. Herman when he called something to her. Annie heard their voices, and then she had to join her and Harriet. "Why, Ruth!" Annie cried in quick solicitude upon seeing Ruth's face. "You went too far. How hateful of you!" She laughed, as if feeling there was something to laugh off. "To come looking like this just when I have been boasting to your sister about how we've set you up." "You do look tired, Ruth," said Harriet compassionately. Harriet said she had come for a little visit with Ruth, and Annie proposed that they go up under the trees at the crest of the hill back of the house. It was where Ruth had sat with Annie just the day before. As she sat down there now, it seemed it was ages ago since she and Annie had sat there tying the asparagus into bunches. Annie had come up with some buttermilk for them. As she handed Ruth hers, she gave her shoulder an affectionate little pat, as if, looking at her face, she wanted to tell her to take heart. Then she went back to the house, leaving the two sisters alone. They drank their buttermilk, talking of it, of Annie's place, of her children. In a languid way Ruth was thinking that it was good of Harriet to come and see her. Had she come the day before, she would have been much pleased. In that worn way she was pleased now. Doubtless it had been hard for Harriet to come, so busy and not well. Perhaps her coming meant real defiance. Anyway, it was good of her to come. She tried to be nice to Harriet, to talk about things as if she liked having her there to talk with. But that final picture of Mildred's drooping back was right there before her all the time. As she talked with Harriet about the price of butter and eggs, the living to be had in selling them, she was all the while seeing Mildred as she had been when Ruth got into the buggy, as she said, "Love can take its place," as she was when she drove away. She had a sick feeling of having failed. She had failed the very thing in Mildred to which she had elected to be faithful in herself. And why? What right had one to say that another was not strong enough? How did one know? And yet she wanted Mildred to go with Edith. She believed that she would, now. That blighting sense of failure, of having been unfaithful, could not kill a feeling of relief. Did it mean that she was, after all, just like Edith? Had her venturing, her experience, left her much as she would have been without it? Just before meeting Mildred, she was strong in the feeling of having gained something from the hard way she had gone alone. She was going on. That was what it had shown her, that one was to go on. That she had to listen to Mildred, and she was back with the very people she had felt she was going on past, one with those people she had so triumphantly decided were not worth her grieving for them. She had been so sure, so radiantly sure, happy in that sense of having at last found herself, of being rid of fears and griefs and incertitudes. Then she met Mildred. It came to her then, right while she was talking with Harriet about what Flora Copeland was going to do now that the house would be broken up, that it was just that thing which kept the world conservative. It was fear for others. It was that feeling she had when she looked down at Mildred's feet. One did not have that feeling when one looked at one's own feet. Fear of pain for others was quite unlike fear for oneself. Courage for oneself one could gain. In the fires of the heart that courage was forged. When the heart was warm with the thing one wanted to do, one said no price in pain could be too great. But courage for others had to be called from the mind. It was another thing. When it was someone else, one younger, one who did not seem strong, then one distrusted the feeling and saw large the pain. One knew one could bear pain oneself. There was something not to be borne in thinking of another's pain. That was why, even among venturers, few had the courage to speak for venturing. There was something in humankind, it was strongest in womankind, made them, no matter how daring for themselves, cautious for others. And perhaps that, all crusted round with things formal and lifeless, was the living thing at the heart of the world's conservatism. Harriet was talking of the monument Cyrus thought there should be at the cemetery. Ruth listened and replied, seemed only tired, and all the while these thoughts were shaping themselves in her inner confusion and disheartenment. She would rather have stopped thinking of it, but could not. She had been too alive when checked. There was too much emotion in that inner confusion. She wondered if she would ever become sure of anything, if she would ever have and keep that courage of confidence which she had thought, for just a few radiant moments, she had. She would like to talk to Annie about it, but she had a feeling that she was not fit to talk to Annie. Annie was not one of those to run back at the first thought of another's pain. That, too, Annie could face. Better let them in for pain than try to keep them from life, Annie would say. She could hear her saying it, saying that even that concern for others was not the noblest thing. Fearing would never set the world free, would be Annie's word, not to keep people in the safe little places, but to shape a world where there need not be safe little places. While she listened to what Harriet said of how much such a monument as Cyrus wanted would cost, she could hear Annie's sharp-edged little voice making those replies to her own confusion, could hear her talking of a sterner, braver people, hardier souls, who would one day make a world where fear was not the part of kindness. Annie would say that it was not the women who would protect other women who would shape the future in which there need not be that tight little protection. She sighed heavily, and pushed back her hair with a gesture of great weariness. "Poor Ruth," it made Harriet murmur. "You haven't really got rested at all, have you?" She pulled herself up and smiled as best she could at her sister, who had spoken to her with real feeling. "I did," she said, with a little grimace that carried Harriet back a long way. "Then I got so rested I got to thinking about things. Then I got tired again." She flushed after she had said it, for that was the closest they had come to the things they kept away from. "Poor Ruth," Harriet murmured again. "And I'm afraid," she added with a little laugh, "that now I'm going to make you more tired." "Oh, no," said Ruth, though she looked at her inquiringly. "Because," said Harriet, "I've come to talk to you about something, Ruth." Ruth's face made her say, "I'm sorry, Ruth, but I'm afraid it's the only chance. You see you're going away day after tomorrow." Ruth only nodded. It seemed if she spoke she would have to cry out what she felt, that in common decency she ought to be let alone now, as any worn-out thing should be let alone, that it was not fair, humane, to talk to her now. But of course she could not make that clear to Harriet, and with it all she did wonder what it was Harriet had to say. So she only looked at her sister as if waiting. Harriet looked away from her for an instant before she began to speak. Ruth's eyes were so tired, so somber, there was something very appealing about her face as she waited for the new thing that was to be said to her. "I have felt terribly, Ruth," Harriet finally began, as if forcing herself to do so, "about the position in which we are as a family. I'll not go into what brought it about, or anything like that. I haven't come to talk about things that happened long ago, haven't come with reproaches. I've just come to see if, as a family, we can't do a little better about things as they are now." She paused, but Ruth did not speak. She was very still now as she waited. She did not take her eyes from Harriet's face. "Mother and father are gone, Ruth," Harriet went on in a low voice, "and only we children are left. It seems as if we ought to do the best we can for each other." Her voice quivered, and Ruth's intense eyes, which did not leave her sister's face, dimmed. She continued to sit there very still, waiting. "I had a feeling," Harriet went on, "that father's doing what he did was as a sign, Ruth, that we children should come closer together. As if father couldn't see his way to do it in his lifetime, but did this to leave word to us that we were to do something. I took it that way," she finished simply. Ruth's eyes had brimmed over, but still she did not move, did not take her eyes from her sister's face. She was so strange, as if going out to Harriet, and yet holding herself ready at any moment to crouch back. "And so," Harriet pursued, all the while in that low voice, "that is the way I talked to Edgar and Cyrus. I didn't bring Ted into it," she said, more in her natural way, "because he's just a boy, and then—" she paused as if she had got into something that embarrassed her. "Well, he and Cyrus not feeling kindly toward each other just now, I thought I could do better without Ted." Ruth flushed slightly at the mention of the feeling between her brothers, but still she did not speak, scarcely moved. Harriet was silent a moment. "That's one of the reasons," she took it up, "why I am anxious to do something to bring us together. I don't want Ted to be feeling this way toward Cyrus. And Edgar, too, he seems to be very bitter against. It makes him defiant. It isn't good for him. I think Ted has a little disposition to be wild. she said in a confidential tone. Ruth spoke then. I hadn't noticed any such disposition, she said simply. Well, he doesn't go to church. It seems to me he doesn't accept things as he ought to. Ruth said nothing to that, only continued to look at her sister, waiting. So I talked to them, Harriet went on. Of course, Ruth, there's no use pretending it was easy. You know how Cyrus feels. He isn't one to change much, you know. She turned away, and her hand fumbled in a little patch of clover. But we do want to do something, Ruth. She came back to it. We all feel it's terrible this way. So this is what Edgar proposed, and Cyrus agreed to it, and it seems to me the best thing to do. She stopped again, then said, in a blurred sort of voice, fumbling with the clover and not looking at Ruth, If you will leave the man you are living with, promising never to see him again, if you will give that up and come home, we will do everything we can to stand by you, go on as best we can as if nothing had happened. We will try to—" She looked up, and did not go on, but flushed uncomfortably at sight of Ruth's face, eyes wide with incredulity, with something like horror. "You don't mean that, do you, Harriet?" Ruth asked in a queer, quiet voice. "But we wanted to do something," Harriet began, and then again halted before the sudden blaze of anger in Ruth's eyes. "And you thought this—" She broke off with a short laugh, and sat there a moment trying to gain control of herself. When she spoke, her voice was controlled but full of passion. "I don't think," she said, "that I've ever known of a more monstrous, a more insulting proposal being made by one woman to another." "Insulting?" faltered Harriet. Ruth did not at once reply, but sat there so strangely regarding her sister. "So this is your idea of life, is it, Harriet?" she began in the manner of one making a big effort to speak quietly. "This is your idea of marriage, is it? Here is the man I have lived with for 11 years. For 11 years we've met hard things together as best we could, worked, borne things together. Let me tell you something, Harriet. If that doesn't marry people, tell me something. If that doesn't marry people, just tell me, Harriet, what does?" "But you know you're not married, Ruth," Harriet replied falteringly, for Ruth's burning eyes never left her sister's face. "You know, really, you're not married. You know he's not divorced, Ruth. He's not your husband. He's Marian Averley's." "You think so?" Ruth flung back at her. "You really think so, do you, Harriet? After those years together, brought together by love, united by living, by effort, by patience, by courage. I ask you again, Harriet, if the things there have been between Stuart Williams and me can't make a marriage real, what can?" "The law is the law," murmured Harriet. "He is married to her. He never was married to you." Ruth began hotly to speak, but checked it with a laugh and sat there regarding her sister in silence. When she spoke after that, her voice was singularly calm. "I'm glad to know this, Harriet. Glad to know just what your ideas are, yours and Edgar's and Cyrus's. You have done something for me after all. For I've grieved a great deal, Harriet, for the things I lost, and you see I won't do that any more. I see now. See what those things are. I see that I don't want them." Harriet had colored at that, and her hand was fumbling in the little patch of clover. When she looked up at Ruth, there were tears in her eyes. "But what could we do, Ruth?" she asked gently, a little reproachfully. "We wanted to do something. What else could we do?" Her tone touched Ruth. After all, what else, Harriet being as she was, could she do? Monstrous as the proposal seemed to her, it was Harriet's way of trying to make things better. She had come in kindness, and she had not been kindly received. It was in a different voice that Ruth began, "Harriet, don't you see, when you come to look at it, that I couldn't do this? Down in your heart, way down in your heart, Harriet, don't you see that I couldn't? Don't you see that if I left Stuart now to do the best he could by himself, left him, I mean, for this reason, came creeping back myself into a little corner of respectability, the crumbs that fall from the tables of respectability, you know, Harriet Holland," she flamed, "that if I did that I'd be less a woman, not a better one." I knew it would be hard," granted Harriet unhappily. "Of course, after such a long time together. But you're not married to him, Ruth," she said again wretchedly. Why," her voice fell almost to a whisper, "you're living in adultery." "Well, if I am," retorted Ruth, "forgive me for saying it, Harriet. That adultery has given me more decent ideas of life than marriage seems to have given you." Her feeling about it grew stronger as the day went on. That evening she got the Woodburys on the telephone and asked for Mildred. She did not know just what she would say. She had no plan, but she wanted to see Mildred again. She was told, however, that Mildred had gone to Chicago on a late afternoon train. At the last minute she had decided to go to Europe with Mrs. Blair, the servant who was speaking said, and had gone over to Chicago to see about clothes. Ruth hung up the receiver and sat looking into the telephone. Then she laughed. So Mildred had been saved. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the afternoon of her last day in Freeport, Ruth took a long tramp with Dean. She was going that night. She was all ready for leaving when Dean came out and asked if he couldn't take her for a ride in his car. She suggested a walk instead, wanting the tramp before the confinement of traveling. So they cut through the fields back of Annie's and came out on a road well known to them of old. They tramped along it a long way, Ruth speaking of things she remembered, talking of old drives along that road which had been a favorite with all of their old crowd. They said things as they felt like it, but there was no constraint in their silences. It had always been like that with her and Dean. Finally they sat down on a knoll a little back from the road, overlooking pastures and fields of blowing green. "I love these little hills," Ruth murmured. "So many little hills," she laughed affectionately, "and so green and blowy and fruitful. With us it's a great flat valley, a plain, and most of it dry, barren. You have to do such a lot to make things grow. Here things just love to grow. And trees," she laughed. "But mountains there," suggested Dean. "Yes, but a long way off from us, and sometimes they seem very stern, Dean. I've so many times had the feeling I couldn't get beyond them. Sometimes they have seemed like other things I couldn't hope to cross." After a little she said, "These little hills are so gentle, this country so open." Dean laughed shortly. "Yes, the hills are gentle. The country is open enough." She laughed too. "It is beautiful country, Dean," she said, as if that were the thing mattering just then. There was an attractive bit of pasture just ahead of them. A brook ran through it, a lovely little valley between two of those gentle hills. Dean was lying on the grass a little way from her, sprawled out in much his old awkward way, his elbow supporting his head, hat pulled down over his eyes. It was good to be with him this last afternoon. It seemed so much as it used to be. In that moment it was almost as if the time in between had not been. It was strange the way things could fall away sometimes. Great stretches of time fall away and seem, for a little while, to leave things as they had been long before. "Well, Ruth," Dean said at last, "so you're going back." "Going back, Dean," she answered. So much they did not say seemed to flow into that. The whole thing was right there, opened, living, between them. It had always been like that with her and Dean. It was not necessary to say things out to him, as it was with everyone else. Their thinking, feeling, seemed to come together naturally, of itself, not a matter of direction. She looked at Dean stretched out there on the grass, older, different in some ways. Today he looked as if something was worrying him, yet with it all so much the Dean of old. It kept recurring as strange that, after all there had been in between, they should be together again, and that it could be as it used to be. Just as of old, a little thing said could swing them to thinking, feeling, of which perhaps they did not speak, but which they consciously shared. Many times through the years there had come times when she wanted nothing so much as to be with Dean, wanted to say things to him that, she did not know just why, there would have been no satisfaction in saying to Stuart. Even things she had experienced with Stuart she could, of the two, more easily have talked of with Dean. It was to Dean she could have talked of the things Stuart made her feel. Within a certain circle Stuart was the man to whom she came closest. Somehow, with him, she did not break from that circle. She had always had that feeling of Dean's understanding what she felt, even though it was not he who inspired the feeling. That seemed a little absurd to her. To live through things with one man, and have what that living made of her seem to swing her to someone else. Thinking of their unique companionship, which time and distance and circumstances had so little affected, she looked at Dean as he lay there near her on the grass. She was glad to have this renewal of their old friendship, which had always remained living and dear to her. And now she was going away for another long time. It was possible she would never see him again. It made her wish she could come closer to what were now the big things in his life. "I'm so glad, Dean," she said, somewhat timidly. "About you." He pushed back his hat and looked up in inquiry. "So glad you got married, goose," she laughed. At his laugh for that, she looked at him in astonishment, distinctly shocked. He was chewing a long spear of grass. For a moment he did not speak. Then, "Amy's gone home," he said shortly. Ruth could only stare at him, bewildered. He was running his hand over the grass near him. She noticed that it moved nervously. And she remarked the puckered brows that had all along made her think he was worried about something that day. She had thought it must be one of his cases. And there was that compression of the lips that she knew of old in Dean when he was hurt. Just then his face looked actually old, the face of a man who has taken hard things. "Yes, Amy's gone home for a little while," he said in a more matter-of-fact voice, but a voice that had a hard ring. He added, "Her mother's not well," and looked up at Ruth with that characteristic little screwing up of his face, as if telling her to make what she could of it. "Why, that's too bad," she stammered. Again he looked up at her in that queer way of mixed feeling, his face showing the marks of pain, and yet a touch of teasing there too, mocking her confusion, looking like a man who was suffering and yet a little like a teasing boy. Then he abruptly pulled his hat down over his eyes again, as if to shade them from the sun, and lay flat on his back, one heel kicking at the grass. She could not see his eyes, but she saw his mouth. That faint touch of pleasure in teasing which had perversely lurked in pain had gone now. That twist of his compressed lips was pure pain. She was utterly bewildered, and so deeply concerned that she had to get ahead of Dean some way, not let him shut himself in with a thing that made his mouth look as if he was bearing physical pain. And then a new thought shot into her concern for him, a thought that seemed too preposterous to entertain, but that would not go away. It did not seem a thing she could speak of, but as she looked at Dean, his mouth more natural now, but the suggestion of pain left there, she had a sudden new sense of all that Dean had done for her. She couldn't leave things like this, no matter how indelicate she might seem. "Dean," she began timidly, "I don't, in any way, for any reason, make things hard for you, do I?" For the moment he did not speak, did not push his hat back so she could see his eyes. Then she saw that he was smiling a little. She had a feeling that he was not realizing she could see the smile. It was as if smiling to himself at something that bitterly amused him. It made her feel rather sick. It let that preposterous idea spread all through her. Then he sat up and looked quizzically at her. "Well, Ruth, you don't expect me to deny, do you, that you did make a thing or two rather hard?" He said it with that touch of teasing. "Was I so magnanimous," he added dryly, "that I let you lose sight of the fact that I wanted you?" Ruth coloured and felt baffled. She was sure he knew well enough that was not what she referred to. He looked at her, a little mockingly, a little wistfully, as if daring her to go on. "I wasn't talking about things long ago, Dean," she said. "I wondered—" She hesitated, looking at him in appeal, as if asking him to admit he understood what she meant without forcing her to say such a thing. For a minute he let the pain look out of his eyes at her, looked for all the world as if he wanted her to help him. Then quickly he seemed to shut himself in. He smiled at her in a way that seemed to say, half mockingly, "I've gone." He hurt her a little. It was hard to be with Dean and feel there was something he was not going to let her help him with. And it made her sick at heart, for surely he knew what she was driving at and edging away from, and if he could have laughed at her fears, wouldn't he have done so? She thought of all Dean had done for her, borne for her. It would be bitter indeed if it were really true she was bringing him to any new trouble. But how could it be true? It seemed too preposterous. Surely she must be entirely on the wrong track, so utterly wrong that he had no idea what it was she had in mind. As they sat there for a moment in silence, she was full of that feeling of how much Dean had done for her, of a longing to do something for him. Gently she said, "I must have made things very hard for you, Dean. The town, your friends, your people. Because of me you were against them all. That does make things hard, to be apart from the people you are with." She looked at him, her face softened with affectionate regret, with a newly understanding gratitude. "I've not been very good for your life, have I, Dean?" she said, more lightly, but her voice touched with wistfulness. He looked at her, as if willing to meet that, as if frankly considering it. "I can't say that you've been very good for my happiness, Ruth," he laughed. And then he said simply, with a certain simple manliness, "But I should say, Ruth, you have been very good for my life." His face contracted a little, as if with pain. That passed, and he went on in that simple way. "You see, you made me think about things. It was because of you, through you, I came to think about things. That's good for our lives, isn't it?" That he said sternly, as if putting down something that had risen in him. "Because of you I've questioned things, felt protest. Why, Ruth," he laughed, "if it hadn't been for you I might have taken things in the slick little way they do." He waved a hand off toward the town. "So just see what I owe you," he said, more lightly, as if leaving the serious things behind. Then he began to speak of other things. It left Ruth unsatisfied, troubled. And yet it seemed surely a woman would be proud of a man who had been as fine in a thing, as big and true and understanding, as Dean had been with her. Surely a woman would be proud of a man who had so loyally, at such great cost, been a woman's friend, who, because of friendship, because of fidelity to his own feeling, would stand out that way against others. She tried to think that, for she could not go back to what Dean had left behind. And yet she could not forget that she had not met Amy. They walked toward home talking quietly about things that happened to come up, more as if they were intimate friends who had constant meetings than as if they had been years apart and were about to part for what would probably be years more. But that consciousness was there underneath. It ruled the silences, made their voices gentler. It was very sweet to Ruth, just before again leaving all home things behind, to be walking in the spring twilight with Dean along that road they knew when they were boy and girl together. Twilight was deepening to evening when they came to the hill from which they could see the town. They stood still looking off at it, speaking of the beauty of the river, of the bridge, of the strangeness of the town lights where there was still that faint light of day. And then they stood still and said nothing, looking off at that town where they had been brought up. It was beautiful from there, bent round a curve in the broad river, built upon hills. She was leaving it now, again leaving it. She had come home, and now she was going away again. And now she knew, in spite of her anger of the day before, in spite of all there had been to hurt her, in spite of all that had been denied her, that she was not leaving it in bitterness. In one sense she had not had much from her days back home, but in a real sense she had had much. She looked at that town now with a feeling of new affection. She believed she would always have that feeling of affection for it. It stood to her for things gone, dear things gone, for youth's gladness, for the love of father and mother, for many happy things now left behind. But now that she had come back, had gone through those hard days, she was curiously freed from that town. She had this new affection for it in being freed of it. She would always love it because of what it had meant in the past, but love it as one does love a thing past. It seemed she had to come back to it to let it lose its hold on her. It was of the past, and she knew now that there was a future. What that future was to be she did not know, but she would turn from this place of the past with a new sense of the importance of the future. Standing there with Dean on the hilltop at evening, looking off at that town where they had both been brought up, she got a sense of the significance of the whole thing, the 11 years away, and the 3 years preceding those years. A sense, too, of the meaning of those days just past, those recent days at home, when there were times of being blinded by the newly seen significance of those years of living. They had been hard days, because things had been crowded so close. It had come too fast. Currents had met too violently, and the long way between cause and effect had been lighted by flashes too blinding. It had been like a great storm in which elements rushed together. It had almost swept her down, but she had come through it, and this was what she had brought out of it. A sense of life as precious, as worth anything one might have to pay for it, a stirring new sense of the future as adventure. She had been thinking of her life as defined, and now it seemed that the future was there, a beautiful untouched thing, a thing that was left, hers to do what she could with. Somehow she had broken through the things that had closed in around her. A great new thing had happened to her. She was no longer afraid to face things. In those last few days she had been tossed, now this way, now that. It seemed she had rather been made a fool of, but things had got through to her. She was awake, alive, unafraid. Something had been liberated in her. She turned to Dean, who was looking with a sombre steadiness ahead at the town. She touched his arm, and he looked at her, amazed at her shining eyes, shining just as they used to when as a girl she was setting out for a good time, for some mischief, excitement. "Well, anyway, Dean," she said in a voice that seemed to brush everything else aside, "we're alive." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The summer had gone by, and Ted Holland, who had gone west with Ruth in May, was back in Freeport, breaking up the house. The place was offered for sale. Things had to be cleared out in one way or another. What none of the children wanted was being sold to anybody who did happen to want it. What nobody wanted was to be given away to such people as had to take what they could get. And there was a great deal of it not even in the class for giving away, just truck, Ted kept callously calling it to Harriet and their cousin Flora. He whistled vigorously over some of the truck, a worn dog's collar, an old pair of the queer kind of house shoes his mother wore, a spectacle case he had used to love to hear his father snap shut, dusty, leaky sofa pillows that had bristled with newness in the den which was the delight of his 16-year-old heart. He kept saying to Cousin Flora that there was no end to the junk. Old-school readers, Ruth's party slippers. Just burn it all up, he said, in a crisp voice of efficiency. What was it good for, anyhow? Certainly it had taught him a lesson. He'd never keep anything. They had been at it for a week, sorting, destroying, dispersing, scattering what a family's life through a generation had assembled, breaking up the Hollands. Ted, in his own room that morning, around him the things he was going to put in his trunk for taking back west, admitted to himself that it was gruesome business. Things were over. Things at home were all over. This pulling to pieces drove that home hard. Father and mother were gone, and now their stuff was being got out of the way. After this there would not even be a place where the things they had used were. But he would be glad when they could get through with it. He was finding that there was something wrenching about things that were left, things that had been used and that now there was no longer any use for. The sight of them stabbed as no mere thinking about things could do. It was hard work throwing away truck that something seemed to cling to. It was hard to really get it, he was thinking. A family lived in a place, seemed really a part of that place, an important part, perhaps. Then things changed. People died, moved away, and that family simply wasn't any more. And things went on just about the same. Whistling, he put some shirts in his trunk, trying to fix his mind on how many new shirts he needed. He was going back west, to live, to work. Not right where Ruth was, in southwestern Colorado, but in the country a little to the north. He and a fellow he had made friends with out there had bought an apple orchard. The money he was to have from his father would go into it, and some of Ruth's money. She wanted him to invest some of hers with his. It was that had made it possible for him to go in with this fellow. He was glad he could do it. The West had got him. He believed he could make things go. And he shouldn't have liked staying on in Freeport. Too many things were different for him to want to stay there, and too many things hurt. Ruth had come to mean too much to him to let him be happy with people who felt as the people there did about her. He heard Harriet downstairs, and went down to speak to her about the price the stove man offered for the kitchen range. He remembered his mother's delight in that range as new. Somehow it made him hate selling it for this pittance. Harriet thought, however, that they had better let it go. One couldn't expect to get much for old things, and they didn't want it on their hands. They stayed there a while in the dining room, considering the problem of getting out of the way various other things there was no longer any use for. Harriet was looking at the bay window. "If the Woodburys take the house," she said, "they won't want these shades." "Oh, no," replied Ted. "They wouldn't be good enough for Mildred." The Woodburys had been there the night before to look at the house. They thought of buying it, and Mildred, just recently home from Europe with Edith Blair, they had had a hard time getting home, because of the war, had, according to his own way of putting it, made Ted tired. She was so fretful with her father, and her ideas of how the place could perhaps be made presentable by being all done over had seemed to Ted pretty airy. He'd rather strangers had the house. He heard that Mildred was going about a lot with Bob Gearing, one of the fellows in town who had money. Ted pulled out his watch. "I want to get down and see Dean at his noon office hours," he said. Harriet turned from the window. "What have you got to see him about?" she asked sharply. "Why, just see him," he answered in surprise. "Why shouldn't I want to see him? Haven't seen him since I got back. He'll want to hear about Ruth." Harriet seemed about to speak, then looked at the door of the kitchen, where a man was packing dishes. "I don't think I'd go to him for that," she said in lowered voice. Ted looked at her in bewildered inquiry. "Mrs. Franklin has left him," she said shortly. She glanced at the kitchen door, then added in a voice that dropped still lower, "And the talk is that it's because of Ruth." For a minute Ted just stood staring at her. Then his face was aflame with angry blood. "The talk!" he choked. "So that's the new talk. Well—" "Shh!" warned Harriet, and stepped over and closed the kitchen door. "I'd like to tell some of them what I think of their talk," he blazed. "Oh, I'd like to tell some of these warts—" "Ted!" she admonished, nodding her head toward the closed door. "What do I care? I'd like to have 'em hear me. I want them to know that I—" He broke off and stood looking at her. "It doesn't seem to worry you much," he thrust at her. "It did, Ted," she said patiently. It did." She looked so distressed, so worn as she said it that it mollified him, until she added, "And still, you mustn't be too hard on people. A woman who has put herself in that position—" "There you go! Put herself in that position! Put herself," he jeered angrily, "in that position! As if the position was something Ruth got into on purpose. And after all these years still talking about her position! Let me tell you something. I'll tell you the woman that's put herself in the position I'd think would make her hate herself. That's Mrs. Williams. She's the one that's put herself. Ted," she broke in sternly, "you must not—" "But—" "You make me sick," he flung back at her, and snatched hat and coat from the hall rack, and left the house with a violent bang of the front door. He did not go down to Dean's office. He stalked ahead, trying to hold down the bitter rage that was almost choking him. At one time, when he looked up, he saw that he was passing the house Dean Franklin had built before his marriage, and noted that it was closed, all the shades were clear down. Flower beds that had been laid out in the spring had been let go. It looked all wrong to see a new place so deserted, so run down. He remembered seeing Dean working out in that yard in the spring. He hurried on by. His heart was hot with resentment, real hatred, of the town through which he walked. He loathed the place, he told himself, picking on Ruth for this, ready to seize on her for anything that put her in bad. He had been with Ruth for 4 months. He knew now just how things were with her. It gave him some idea of what it was she had gone through. It made him hate the town that had no feeling for her. He had walked out from town, not giving any thought to where he was going, just walking because he had to be doing something. He was about to cross a little bridge, and stepped to the side of the road to let the vehicle right behind him get ahead. He stood glaring down at the creek and did not look up until he heard the wagon, just as it struck the bridge, stop. Then he saw that it was a woman driving the market wagon, and recognized her as Mrs. Herman, who had been so good to Ruth. He stepped up eagerly to greet her. His face quickly cleared as he held out his hand, and he smiled at her with a sudden boyish warmth that made her face—it was thin, tired—also light with pleasure. He kept shaking her hand. It seemed wonderfully good of her to have come along just then. She was something friendly in a hostile world. He went out eagerly, gratefully, to the something friendly. He had had about all he could stand of the other things, other feelings. He had told Ruth that he would be sure to go and see Mrs. Herman. He got in with her now, and they talked of Ruth as they jogged through the country which he now noticed was aflame with the red and gold of October. He found himself chatting along about Ruth just as if there was not this other thing about her, the thing that made it impossible to speak of her to almost anyone else in the town. It helped a lot to talk of Ruth that way just then. He had seemed all clogged up with hatred and resentment. Fury at the town made him want to do something to somebody, and pity for Ruth made him feel sick in his sense of helplessness. Now those ugly things, those choking, blinding things, fell away in his talking about Ruth to this woman who wanted to hear about her because she cared for her, who wanted to hear the simple little things about her that those other people had no interest in. He found himself chatting along about Ruth and Stuart, their house, their land, the field of peas into which they turned their sheep, the potatoes grown on their place that summer. He talked of artesian wells and irrigation, of riding western horses and of camping in the mountains. Thinking of it afterwards, he didn't know when he had talked so much. And of course, as everyone was doing those days, they talked about the war. She was fairly aflame with feeling about it. He rode all the way home with Mrs. Hermann, stayed for lunch, and then lingered about the place for an hour or more after that. He felt more like himself than he had at any time since coming home. He could forget a little about that desolate house that was no longer to be his home, and the simple, friendly interest of this woman who was Ruth's friend helped to heal a very sore place in his heart. But afterwards, back there at home where it was as if he was stripping dead years, what came over him was the feeling that things were not as they had seemed out there with Mrs. Hermann. She was like that, but in being that way she was different from the whole world, at least from practically the whole of the world that he knew. Working with old things cast him back to it all. He brooded over it there in the desolate place of things left behind. The resentful feeling toward the town, together with that miserable, helpless feeling of passionate pity for Ruth, settled down upon him, and he could not throw it off. He saw Dean that night. He saw him at the club where he went to play a game of pool, because he had to get away from the house for a while. Dean was sitting apart from the various groups, reading a magazine. Ted stood in the door of that room looking at him a minute before Dean looked up from the page. He saw that his face was thinner. It made him look older. Indeed, he looked a good deal older than when, just the spring before, Ted used to see him working around that place that was all shut up now. And in that moment of scrutiny he saw something more than just looking older. If you didn't know Dean, you'd think you didn't want to know him. And he looked as if he didn't care about your knowing him either. He looked as if he'd thank people to let him alone. Then he glanced up and saw Ted, and it seemed there were a few people he didn't want to have let him alone. But though he brightened on seeing him, looked like himself as he came quickly up to shake hands, he was not like himself in the talk that followed. It was if he wanted to be, tried to be, but he was constrained in asking about the West, the folks. He seemed to want to hear, yet he wasn't like himself, though Ted could scarcely have defined the difference. He was short in what he said, cutting things off sharply, and in little pauses his face would quickly settle to that moroseness. Ted told of his own plans, and Dean was enthusiastic about that. Then he fell silent a moment, and after that said with intensity, "I wish I was going to pull out from here." "Well, why don't you?" laughed Ted, a little diffidently. "Haven't got the gumption, I guess," said Dean more lightly, and as he smiled gave Ted the impression of trying to pull himself out from something. Later in the evening a couple of men were talking of someone who was ill. "They have Franklin, don't they?" was asked, and the answer came, "Not any more. They've switched." Walking home, he thought it had been said as if there was more to it, as if there had been previous talk about other people who had switched. Why, surely it couldn't be that because, for some reason or other, his wife had left him, people were taking it out on his practice. That seemed not only too unfair but too preposterous. Dean was the best doctor in town. What had his private affairs, no matter what the state of them, got to do with him as a physician? Surely even that town couldn't be as 2x4 as that. But it troubled him so persistently that next morning, when they were alone together in the attic, he brought himself to broach it to Harriet, asking, in the manner of one interested in a thing because of its very absurdity, just what the talk was about Ruth and the Franklins. Harriet went on to give the town's gossip of how Dean had gone to Indianapolis to see his wife, to try and make it right, but her people were strongly of the feeling that she had been badly treated, and it had ended with her going away somewhere with her mother. Harriet sighed heavily, as she said she feared it was one of those things that would not be made right. "I call it the limit," cried Ted. "The woman must be a fool." Harriet sadly shook her head. "You don't understand women, Ted," she said. "And I don't want to, if that's what they're like," he retorted hotly. "I'm afraid Dean didn't manage very well," sighed Harriet. "Who wants to manage such a little fool?" snapped Ted. "Now, Ted," she began, but "You make me tired, Harriet," he broke in passionately, and no more was said of it then. They worked in silence for a while, Ted raising a great deal of dust in the way he threw things about, Harriet looking through a box of old books and papers, sighing often. Harriet sighed a great deal, it seemed to Ted, and yet something about Harriet made him sorry for her. From across the attic he looked at her, awkwardly sitting on the floor, leaning against an old trunk. She looked tired, and he thought with compassion and remorse for the rough way he had spoken to her, of how her baby was only a little more than 2 months old, that it must be hard for her to be doing the things she was doing that week. Harriet had grown stout. She had that settled look of many women in middle life. She looked as if she couldn't change much, in any way. Well, Ted considered, he guessed Harriet couldn't change much. She was just fixed in the way she was, and that was all there was to it. But she did not look happy in those things she had settled into. She looked patient. She seemed to think things couldn't be any different. She was turning the pages of an old album she had taken from the box of her mother's things she was sorting. "Oh!" she exclaimed in a low voice, bending over the pages. Her tone brought Ted over to her. "A picture of Ruth as a baby," she murmured. He knelt down and looked over her shoulder into the dusty, old-fashioned album at a picture of a baby a year or so old, whose face was all screwed up into a delighted laugh, tiny hands raised up and clenched in the intensity of baby excitement, baby abandonment to the joyousness of existence. "She was like that," murmured Harriet a little tremulously. "She was the crowingest baby." They bent over it in silence for a minute. "Seems pretty tickled about things, doesn't she?" said Ted, with a queer little laugh. Harriet sighed heavily, but a moment later a tear had fallen down to one of the baby hands clenched in joyousness. The tear made him forgive the sigh, and when he saw her carefully take the picture from the album and put it in the pocket of her big apron, it was a lot easier, somehow, to go on working with Harriet. It was even easy, after a little, to ask her what he wanted to know about Dean's practice. It was true, she feared, that the talk had hurt him some. Mrs. Lawrence had stopped having him. It seemed she had taken a great fancy to Amy Franklin, and felt keenly for her in this. She had made other people feel that Dean had not been fair or kind, and so there was some feeling against him. "I suppose she can't claim," Ted cried hotly, "that it hurts him as a doctor." "No," Harriet began uncertainly, "except that a doctor, of course, the personal side of things—" "Now there you go, Harriet," he interrupted furiously. "You make me tired. If it wasn't that you've a sneaking feeling for Ruth, you'd fall for such a thing yourself." "There's no use trying to talk to you, Ted," said Harriet patiently. 2 days later the house was dismantled. Ted was leaving the next day for the West. He was so sick of the whole thing that it had gone a little easier toward the last, blunted to everything but getting things done. When Harriet, her eyes reddened, came downstairs with a doll and wanted to know if he didn't think Ruth might like to have it, saying that it was the doll Ruth had loved all through her little girl days, and that she had just come upon it where her mother had carefully packed it away, he snatched the doll from her and crammed it into the kitchen stove and poked at it savagely to make it burn faster. Then he slammed down the lid and looked ruthlessly up at Harriet with, "We've had about enough of this sobbing around over junk." Harriet wanted him to come over to her house that last night, but he said he'd either go home with one of the fellows or bring one of them home with him. She did not press it, knowing how little her brother and her husband liked each other. He went to the theatre that night with a couple of his friends. He was glad to go, for it was as good a way as he could think of for getting through the evening. They were a little early, and he sat there watching the people coming in. It was what would be called a representative audience, the society of the town, the best people were there. They were people Ted had known all his life, people who used to come to the house, people his own family had been one with. Friends of his mother came in, associates of his father, old friends of Ruth. That gathering of people represented the things in the town that he and his had been allied with. He watched them, thinking of his own going away, of how it would be an entirely new group of people he would come to know, would become one with, thinking of the Hollands, how much they had been a part of it all and how completely they were out of it now. As he saw all these people, such pleasant, good-looking people, people he had known as far back as he could remember, in whose homes he had had good times, people his own people had been associated with always, a feeling of really hating to leave the town, of its being hard to go away, crept up in him. He talked along with the friend next him, and watched people taking their seats with a new feeling for them all. Now that he was actually leaving them, he had a feeling of affection for the people with whom he sat in the theatre that night. He had known them always. They were mixed up with such a lot of old things. Some people came into one of the boxes during the first act, and when the lights went up for the intermission, he saw that one of the women was Stewart Williams's wife. He turned immediately to his friends and began a lively conversation about the play, painfully wondering if the fellows he was with had seen her too, if they were wondering whether he had seen her, whether he was thinking about it. His feeling of gentle regret about leaving the town was struck away. He was glad this was his last night. Always something like this. It was forever coming up, making him feel uncomfortable, different, making him wonder whether people were thinking about it, whether they were wondering whether he was thinking about it. Through the years he had grown used to seeing Mrs. Williams. He had become blunted to it. Sometimes he could see her without really being conscious of it, just because he was used to seeing her. But now that he had just come home, had been with Ruth, there was an acute new shock in seeing her. During the first intermission he never looked back after that first glance, but when the house was darkened again it was not at the stage he looked most. From his place in the dress circle across the house he could look over at her, secured by the dim light could covertly watch her. It was hard to keep his eyes from her. She sat well to the front of the box. He could see every move she made, and every little thing about her wretchedly fascinated him. She sat erect, hands loosely clasped in her lap, seemingly absorbed in the play. Her shoulders seemed very white above her gauzy black dress. In that light, at least, she was beautiful. Her neck was long and slim, and her hair was coiled high on her head. He saw a woman bend forward from the rear of the box and speak to her. It brought her face into the light, and he saw that it was Mrs. Blair, Edith Lawrence, Ruth's old chum. He crumpled the program in his hand until his friend looked at him in inquiry. Then he smiled a little and carefully smoothed the program out. But when, in the next intermission, he was asked something about how he thought the play was going to turn out, he was at a loss for a suggestion. He had not known what that act was about, and he scarcely knew what the other acts were about. It was all newly strange to him, newly sad. He had a new sense of it, and a new sense of the pity of it, as he sat there that last night watching the people who had been Ruth's and Stewart's friends. He thought of how they had once been a part of all this, how, if things had gone differently, it was the thing they would still be a part of. There was something about seeing Edith Lawrence there with Mrs. Williams made him so sorry for Ruth that it was hard to keep himself pulled together. And that house, this new sense of things, made him deeply sorry for Stewart Williams. He knew that he missed all this, terribly missed the things this represented. His constant offhand questionings about things, about the growth of the town, whether so-and-so was making good, who was running this or that, showed how he was missing the things he had turned away from, of which he had once been so promising a part. Here tonight, among the things they had left, something made him more sorry for Ruth and Stewart than he had ever been before. And he kept thinking of the strangeness of things, of how, if there had not been that one thing, so many things would have been different. For their whole family, for the Williams family, yes, for Dean Franklin too, it would have been all different if Ruth had just fallen in love with someone else. Somehow that seemed disloyalty to Ruth. He told himself she couldn't help it. He guessed she got it the worst. Everything would have been different, easier, for her, certainly, if she, like the other girls of her crowd, had fallen in love with one of the fellows she could have married. Then she would be there with Edith Lawrence tonight. Probably they would be in a box together. It was hard, even when the lights were up, to keep his eyes from that box where Ruth's old friend sat with Mrs. Williams. He would seem to be looking the house over, and then for a minute his eyes would rest there, and it would be an effort to let go. Once he found Mrs. Williams looking his way. He thought she saw him, and was furious at himself for the quick reddening. He could not tell whether she was looking at him or not. She had that cool, composed manner she always had. Always, when he met her so directly that they had to speak, she would seem quite unperturbed, as if he stirred in her no more feeling than any other slight acquaintance would stir. She was perfectly poised. It would not seem that he, what he must suggest, had any power to disturb her. Looking across at her in the house darkened for the last act, covertly watching her as she sat there in perfect command of herself, apparently quite without disturbing feeling, he had a rough desire to know what she actually did feel. A light from the stage surprised her face, and he saw that it showed it more tired than serene. She looked bored, and she did not look content. Seeing her in that disclosing little shaft of light, she had drawn back from it, the thought broke into the boy's mind, what's she getting out of it? He had never really considered it purely in the light of what it must be to her. He thought of her as a hard, revengeful woman, who, because hurt herself, was going to harm to the full measure of her power. He despised the pride, the poise in which she cloaked what he thought of as her hard, mean spirit. He thought people a pretty poor sort for admiring that pride. But now, as he saw her face when she was not expecting it to be clearly seen, he wondered just what she was actually like, just what she really felt. It would seem that revenge must be appeased by now, or at least that one form of taking it, not getting a divorce, must have lost its satisfaction. It would not seem a very satisfying thing to fill one's life with. And what else was there? What was she getting out of it? The question gave him a new interest in her. Caught in the crowd leaving the theatre, he watched her again for a moment, standing among the people who were waiting for motors and carriages. The thin black scarf around her head blew back, and Edith Lawrence adjusted it for her. Her car came up, and one of the men helped her into it. There was a dispute. It seemed someone was meaning to go with her, and she was protesting that it was not necessary. Then they were saying good night to her, and she was going away alone. He watched the car for a moment as it was halted by a carriage, then skirted it and sharply turned the corner. He had intended to take one of his friends home with him, had thought it would be too dismal alone there in the bare place that last night. But now he did not want anyone with him, did not want to have to talk. Though when he let himself in the front door he wished he was not alone. It was pretty dismal to be coming into the abandoned house. He had a flashing sense of how absolutely empty the place was, empty of the people who had lived there, empty even of those people's things. There was no one to call out to him. His step made a loud noise on the bare stairs. He went back downstairs for a drink of water. He walked through the living room, the dining room, the kitchen. There used to be people there, things doing. Not any more. A bare house now, so empty that it was queer. He hurried back upstairs. At the head of the stairs he stood still and listened to the stillness from the bedrooms. Then he shook himself angrily, stamped on to his own room, loudly banged the door behind him, and whistled as he hurriedly got ready for bed. He tried to go right to sleep, but he could not get sleepy. He was thinking of the house, of things that had gone on there. He thought of Ruth and Stuart, of the difference they had made in that house. And he kept thinking of Mrs. Williams, thinking in this new way of the difference it must have meant to her, must have made in her house. He wondered about the house she had just gone home to, wondered if she got lonely, wondered about the feeling there might be beneath that manner of not seeming to mind. He wondered just what it was made her keep from getting a divorce. And suddenly the strangest thought shot into his mind. Had anyone ever asked her to get a divorce? Then he laughed. He had to make himself laugh at the preposterousness of his idea. The laugh made such a strange sound in the bare room that he lay there very still for a moment. Then loudly he cleared his throat, as if to show that he was not afraid of making another noise. But the house was so strangely still, empty in such a queer way, it was too strange to let him go to sleep, and he lay there thinking of things in a queer way. That preposterous idea kept coming back. Maybe nobody ever had asked her to get the divorce. Maybe it had just been taken for granted that she would be hard, would make it as hard as she could. He tried to keep away from that thought. Something made him want to keep away from it. But he could not banish that notion that there were people who would be as decent as it was assumed they would be. He had noticed that with the fellows. Finally he got a little sleepy, and he had a childish wish that he were not alone, that it could all be again as it had been long ago when they were all there together, before Ruth went away. He slept heavily toward morning, and was at last awakened by the persistent ringing of the doorbell. It was a special delivery letter from Ruth. She said she hoped it would catch him before he started west. She wanted him to stop in Denver and see if he could get one of those Jap men-of-all-work. She said, "Maggie Gordon's mother has heard and came and took her home. I turn to the Japanese, or Chinese if it's a Chinaman you can get to come, as perhaps having less fear of moral contamination. Do the best you can, Ted. I need someone badly." He was to leave at 5 o'clock that afternoon. The people whom he saw thought he was feeling broken up about leaving. He had to hold back all feeling, they thought. It was that made his face so set and queer, and his manner so abrupt and grim. He had lunch with Harriet. She too thought the breaking up, the going away, had been almost too much for him. She hated to have him go, and yet, for his sake, she would be glad to have it over. At 2 o'clock he had finished the things he had to do. He had promised to look in on a few of his friends and say good-bye. But when he waited on the corner for the car that would take him downtown, he knew in his heart that he was not going to take that car. He knew, though up to the very last he tried not to know, that he was going to walk along that street a block and a half farther and turn in at the house Stewart Williams had built. He knew he was not going to leave Freeport without doing that. And when he stood there and let the car go by, he faced what he had in his heart known he was going to do ever since reading Ruth's letter, turned and started towards Mrs. Williams, walking very fast, as if to get there before he could turn back. He fairly ran up the steps and pushed the bell in great haste, having to get it pushed before he could refuse to push it. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When he could not get away, after the maid had let him in and he had given his name and was waiting in the formal little reception-room, he was not only more frightened than he had ever been in his life, but frightened in a way he had never known anything about before. He sat far forward on the stiff little French chair, fairly afraid to let his feet press on the rug. He did not look around him. He did not believe he would be able to move when he had to move. He knew he would not be able to speak. He was appalled at the consciousness of what he had done, of where he was. He would joyfully have given anything he had in the world just to be outdoors, just not to have been there at all. There was what seemed a long wait, and the only way he got through it was by telling himself that Mrs. Williams would not see him. Of course she wouldn't see him. There was a step on the stairs. He told himself that it was the maid, coming to say Mrs. Williams could not see him. But when he knew there was someone in the doorway he looked up, and then, miraculously, he was on his feet and standing there bowing to Mrs. Williams. He thought she looked startled upon actually seeing him, as if she had not believed it was really he. There was a hesitating moment when she stood in the doorway, a moment of looking a little as if trying to overcome a feeling of being suddenly sick. Then she stepped forward and, though pale, had her usual manner of complete self-possession. "You wished to see me?" she asked, in an even tone faintly tinged with polite incredulity. "Yes," he said, and was so relieved at his voice sounding pretty much all right that he drew a longer breath. She looked hesitatingly at a chair, then sat down. He resumed his seat on the edge of the stiff little chair. She sat there waiting for him to speak. She still had that look of polite incredulity. She sat erect, her hands loosely clasped. She appeared perfectly poised, unperturbed, but when she made a movement for her handkerchief he saw that her hand was shaking. "I know I've got my nerve to come here, Mrs. Williams," he blurted out. She smiled faintly, and he saw that as she did so her lip twitched. "I'm leaving for the West this afternoon. I'm going out there to live, to work." That he had said quite easily. It was a little more effort to add, "And I wanted to see you before I went." She simply sat there waiting, but there was still that little twitching of her lip. "Mrs. Williams," he began quietly, "I don't know whether or not you know that I've been with my sister Ruth this summer." When she heard that name spoken, there was a barely perceptible drawing back, as when something is flicked before one's eyes. Then her lips set more firmly. Ted looked down and smoothed out the soft hat he was holding, which he had clutched out of shape. Then he looked up and said, voice low, "Ruth has come to mean a great deal to me, Mrs. Williams." And still she did not speak, but sat very straight, and there were 2 small red spots now in her pale cheeks. "And so," he murmured, after a moment, "that's why I came to you." "I think," she said in a low, incisive, but unsteady voice, "that I do not quite follow." He looked at her in a very simple, earnest way. "You don't?" he asked. There was a pause, and then he said, "I saw you at the theatre last night." "Indeed," she murmured, with a faint note of irony. But she did not deflect him from that simple earnestness. "And when I went home I thought about you." He paused, and then added, gently, "Most all night I thought about you." And still she only sat there looking at him, and as if holding herself very tight. She had tried to smile at that last, and the little disdainful smile had stiffened on her lips, making them look pulled out of shape and set that way. "I said to myself," Ted went on, "what's she getting out of it?" His voice came up on that. He said it rather roughly. Her face flamed. "If this is what you have come here to say," she began in a low, angry voice, "if this is what you have intruded into my house for, you—" She made a movement as if about to rise. Ted threw out his hand with a little gesture of wanting to explain. "Maybe I shouldn't have put it that way. I hope I didn't seem rude. I only meant," he said, gently, "that as I watched you, you didn't look as though you were happy." "And what if I'm not?" she cried, as if stung by that. "What if I'm not? Does that give you any right to come here and tell me so?" He shook his head, as if troubled at again putting things badly. "I really came," he said, in a low, earnest voice, "because it seemed to me it must be that you did not understand. It occurred to me that perhaps no one had ever tried to make you understand. I came because it seemed fairer, to everybody." Something new leaped into her eyes. "I presume it was suggested to you?" she asked sharply. "No, Mrs. Williams, it was not suggested to me." As she continued to look at him with suspicion, he colored a little and said quietly, "You will have to believe that, because I give you my word that it is true." She met the direct look of his clear hazel eyes, and the suspicion died out of her own. But new feeling quickly flamed up. "And hasn't it occurred to you," she asked quiveringly, "that you are rather well, to be very mild indeed, rather a presumptuous young man to come to me, to come into my house with this?" There was a big rush of feeling as she choked. "Nobody's spoken to me like this in all these years." "That's just the trouble," said Ted quickly, as if they were really getting at it now. "That's just the trouble." "What do you mean?" she asked sharply. "Why, just that. Nobody has talked to you about it. Everybody has been afraid to, and so you've just been let alone with it. Things get worse, get all twisted up, get themselves into a tight twist that won't come out when we're shut up with them." His face looked older as he said, "I know that myself." He meditated upon that an instant, then, quickly coming back to her, looked up and added gently, "So it seemed to me that maybe you hadn't had a fair show, just because everybody has been afraid of you and let you alone." Her 2 trembling hands were pulling at her handkerchief. Her eyes were very bright. "And you aren't afraid of me?" she asked, with a little laugh that seemed trying to be mocking but was right on the edge of tears. He shook his head. "That is," he qualified it with a slight smile, "not much, now." Then he said, as if dropping what they were talking about and giving her a confidence, "While I was waiting for you I was so scared that I wished I could drop dead." His smile in saying it was so boyish that she too dropped the manner of what they were talking about, and faintly smiled back at him. It seemed to help her gain possession of herself, and she returned to the other with a crisp, "And so, as I understand it, you thought you'd just drop in and set everything right." He flushed and looked at her a little reproachfully. Then he said, simply, "It seemed worth trying." He took a letter from his pocket. "I got this from my sister this morning. The girl who has been working for her has gone away. Her mother came and took her away. She had heard. They're always hearing. This has happened time after time." "Now just let me understand it," she began in that faintly mocking way, though her voice was shaking. "You propose that I do something to make the servant problem easier for your sister. Is that it? I am to do something, you haven't yet said what, to facilitate the domestic arrangements of the woman who is living with my husband. That's it, isn't it?" she asked with seeming concern. He reddened, but her scoffing seemed to give him courage, as if he had something not to be scoffed at and could produce it. "It can be made to sound ridiculous, can't it?" he concurred. "But—" He broke off, and his eyes went very serious. "You never knew Ruth very well, did you, Mrs. Williams?" he asked quietly. The flush spread over her face. "We were not intimate friends," was her dry answer, but in that voice not steady. He again coloured, but that steady light was not driven from his eyes. "Ruth's had a terrible time, Mrs. Williams," he said in a quiet voice of strong feeling. "And if you had known her very well, knew just what it is Ruth is like, it seems to me you would have to feel sorry for her." She seemed about to speak again in that mocking way, but looking at his face, the fine seriousness, the tender concern, she kept silence. "And just what is it you propose that I do?" she asked after a moment, as if trying to appear faintly amused. Very seriously he looked up at her. "It would help, even at this late day, if you would get a divorce." She gasped. Whether she had been prepared for it or not, she was manifestly unprepared for the simple way he said it. For a moment she stared at him. Then she laughed. "You are a most amazing young man," she said quiveringly. As he did not speak, but only looked at her in that simple, direct way, she went on, with rising feeling. "You come here, to me, into my house, proposing that, in order to make things easier for your sister in living with my husband, I get a divorce." He did not flinch. "It might do more than make things easier for my sister," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" she demanded sharply. "It might make things easier for you." "And what do you mean by that?" she asked in that quick, sharp way. "It might make things easier," he said, "just to feel that, even at this late day, you've done the decent thing." She stood up. "Do you know, young man, that you've said things to me that are outrageous to have said?" She was trembling so, it seemed hard to speak. "I've let you go on just because I was stupefied by your presumption, staggered and rather amused at your childish audacity, but you've gone a little too far. How dare you talk to me like this?" she demanded with passion. He had moved toward the door. He looked at her, then looked away. His control was all broken down now. "I'm sorry to have it end like this," he muttered. She laughed a little, but she was shaken with the sobs she was plainly making a big effort to hold back. "I'm so sorry," he said, with such real feeling that the tears brimmed from her eyes. He stood there awkwardly. Somehow her house seemed very lonely, comfortless. And now that her composure was broken down, the way she looked made him very sorry for her. "I don't want you to think," he said, gently, "that I don't see how bad it has been for you." She tried to laugh. "You don't think your sister was very fair to me, do you?" she asked chokingly, looking at him in a way more appealing than aggressive. "I suppose not," he said. "No, I suppose not." He stood there considering that. "But I guess," he went on diffidently, "I don't just know myself, but it seems there come times when being fair gets sort of lost sight of." The tears were running down her face, and she was not trying to check them. He stood there another minute, and then timidly held out his hand. "Good-bye, Mrs. Williams," he said gently. She took his hand with a queer, choking little laugh, and held it very tight for a minute, as if to steady herself. His own eyes had dimmed. Then he smiled, a smile that seemed to want to go ahead and take any offense or hurt from what he was about to say. "Maybe, Mrs. Williams, that you will come to feel like being fairer to Ruth than Ruth was to you." His smile widened, and he looked very boyish as he finished. "And that would be one way of getting back, you know." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Freeport had a revival of interest in Mrs. Stuart Williams that fall. They talked so much of her in the first years that discussion had pretty well spent itself, and latterly it had only been rarely, to a stranger or when something came up to bring it to them freshly, that they did more than occasionally repeat the expressions which that first feeling had created. There was no new thing to say of their feeling about her. No one had become intimate with her in those years, and that itself somehow kept the picture. She was unique, and fascinated them in the way she was one of them and yet apart. The mystery enveloping her made it mean more than it could have meant through disclosures from her. It kept it more poignant to speculate about a concealed suffering than it could have continued to be through discussing confidences. But even speculation as to what was beneath that unperturbed surface had rather talked itself out, had certainly lost its keen edge of interest with the passing of the years. That fall, however, they began to speak of a change in her. They said first that she did not look well, then they began to talk about her manner being different. She had always kept so calm, and now there were times when she appeared nervous. She had had throughout a certain cold serenity. Now she was sometimes irritable, disclosing a fretfulness close under the untroubled surface. She looked older, they said. Her brows knit, and there were lines about mouth and eyes. She seemed less sure of herself. It made interest in her a fresh thing. They wondered if she were not at last breaking, spoke with a careful show of regret, concern, but whetted anticipations gave eagerness to voices of sympathy. They wondered if Ruth Holland's having come home in the spring, the feeling of her being in the town, could have been too much of a strain, preying upon the deserted wife and causing her later to break. There were greedy wonderings as to whether she could possibly have seen Ruth Holland, whether anything had happened that they did not know about. Late one December afternoon, Mrs. Williams came home from a church bazaar, and curtly telephoned that she would not be back for the evening. She spoke of a headache. And her head did ache. It ached, she bitterly reflected, from being looked at, from knowing they were taking observations for subsequent speculation. She had been in charge of a table at the bazaar. A number of little things had gone wrong, and she got out of patience with one of her assistants. Other people got irritated upon occasions of that sort, and that was all there was to it. But she was not at liberty to show annoyance. She knew at the time that they were whispering around about it, connecting it with the thing about her that it seemed never really went out of their minds. The sense of that had made her really angry, and she had said sharp things she knew she would be sorry for, because they would just be turned over as part of the thing that was everlastingly being turned over. She was not free. They were always watching her, even after all these years, always thinking that everything had something to do with that. Mrs. Hughes, her housekeeper and cook, had followed her upstairs. At the door of her room she turned impatiently. She had known by the way the woman hung around downstairs that she wanted to say something to her, and she had petulantly not given her the chance. She did not want anything said to her. She wanted to be let alone. "Well?" she inquired ungraciously. Mrs. Hughes was a small, trim woman, who had a look of modestly trying not to be obtrusive about her many virtues. She had now that manner of one who could be depended upon to assume responsibilities a less worthy person would pass by. "I thought perhaps you should know, Mrs. Williams," she said with faintly rebuking patience, "that Lily has gone to bed." "Oh, she's really sick then, is she?" asked Mrs. Williams, unbending a little. "She says so," replied Mrs. Hughes. The tone caused her to look at the woman in surprise. "Well, I presume she is then," she answered sharply. Lily was the second girl. 2 servants were not needed for the actual work, as the household consisted only of Mrs. Williams and an aged aunt who had lived with her since she had been alone, but the house itself did not seem adapted to a one-servant menage. There had been 2 before, and in that, as in other things, she had gone right on in the same way. Mrs. Hughes had been with her for several years, but Lily had been there only 3 or 4 months. She had been a strange addition to the household. She laughed a good deal, and tripped about at her work and sang. But she had not sung so much of late, and in the last few days had plainly not been well. "If she's really sick we'll have to have a doctor for her," Mrs. Williams said, her hand on the knob she was about to turn. "She says she doesn't want a doctor," answered Mrs. Hughes, and again her tone made Mrs. Williams look at her in impatient inquiry. "Well, I'll go up after a while and see her myself," she said, opening the door of her room. "Meanwhile, you look after her, please. And oh, Mrs. Hughes," she called back, "I shan't want any dinner. I had a heavy tea at the bazaar," she added hurriedly, and as if resentful of having to make any explanation. Alone, she took off her hat, pushed back her hair as if it oppressed her, then sank into a low, luxurious chair, and, eyes closed, pressed her fingers over her temples as if to command quiet within. But after a moment she impatiently got up, and went over to her dressing-table and sat looking into the mirror. The thing that had started her afternoon wrong was that a friend of her girlhood, whom she had not seen for about 13 years, had appeared unexpectedly at her table, startling her, and then laughing at her confusion. She had not known that Stella Cutting was in town. To be confronted that way with someone out of the past had been unnerving, and then she had been furious with herself for not being able more easily to regain composure. People around her had seen. Later she saw them looking at her strangely, covertly interested when she spoke in that sharp way to Mildred Woodbury because she had tossed things about. She had been disturbed, for one thing, at finding Mildred Woodbury at her table. She was looking in the glass now, because Stella Cutting had been one of her bridesmaids. She was not able to put down a miserable desire to try to see just what changes Stella had found. The dissatisfaction in her face deepened with her scrutiny of it. Doubtless Stella was that very minute talking of how pitifully Marian Averley had changed, how her colour used to be clear and even, features firmly moulded, eyes bright. She herself remembered how she had looked the night Stella Cutting was her bridesmaid. And now her colour was muddy, and there were crow's feet about her eyes and deep lines from her nostrils to the corners of her mouth. Stella Cutting looked older herself, very considerably older, but it was a different way of looking older. She had grown stout, and her face was too full, but she did not look pulled at like this. As she talked of her children, hers was the face of a woman normally, contentedly growing older. The woman sitting before the mirror bitterly turned away now from that reflection of dissatisfaction with emptiness. It was that boy had done it, she thought with a new rise of resentment. She had been able to go along very evenly until he impertinently came into her house and rudely and stupidly broke through the things she had carefully builded up around herself. Ever since he had plunged into things even she herself had been careful not to break into, there had been this inner turmoil that was giving her the look of an old woman. If Stella Cutting had come just a few months earlier she could not have had so much to say about how terribly Marian Averley had changed. Why was she so absurd as to let herself be upset? She angrily asked of herself, beginning to unfasten the dress she was wearing, that she might get into something loose and try to relax. A hook caught in some lace, and in her vexation at not being able at once to unfasten it, she gave it a jerk that tore the lace. She bit her lips and could have cried. Those were the things she did these days, since that boy came and blunderingly broke into guarded places. She sat in a low, deep chair before the open fire that burned in the sitting-room adjoining her bedroom. It was the room that had been her husband's. After he went away she took it for an upstairs sitting-room, a part of her programme of unconcern. As she sank down into the gracious chair, she told herself that she would rest for that evening, not think about things. But not to think about things was impossible that night. Stella Cutting had brought old things near and made them newly real. Her girlhood, her falling in love with Stuart Williams, her wedding. Those reminiscences caught her and swept her on to other things. She thought of her marriage, thought of things that, ever since that boy came and made her know how insecure she really was in the defences she had put up for herself, it had been a struggle to keep away from. She had not done much thinking, probing, as to why it was her marriage had failed. That was another one of the things her pride shut her out from. When it failed she turned from it, clothed in pride, never naked before the truth. There was something relaxing in just letting down the barriers which had recently been so shaken that she was fretted with trying to hold them up. She wondered why Stella Cutting's marriage had succeeded and hers had failed. The old answer that her marriage had failed because her husband was unfaithful to her, answer that used always to leave her newly fortified, did not satisfy tonight. She pushed on through that. There was a curious emotional satisfaction in thus disobeying herself by rushing into the denied places of self-examination. She was stirred by what she was doing. Her long holding back from this very thing was part of that same instinct for restraint, which she had been pleased to think of as fastidiousness, that had always held her back in love. It was alien to her to let herself go. She had an instinct that held her away from certain things, from the things themselves and from free thinking about them. What she was doing now charged her with excitement. She was wondering about herself and the man who was still legally her husband. She was thinking of how different they were in the things of love, how he gave and wanted giving, while her instinct had always been to hold herself a little apart. There was something that displeased her in abandonment to feeling. She did not like herself when she fully gave. There had been something in her, some holding back, that passionate love outraged. Intense demonstration was indelicate to her. She was that way. She had not been able to help it. She loved in what she thought of as her own fastidious way. Passion violated something in her. Falling in love had made her happy, but with her love had never been able to sweep down the reserves, and so things which love should have made beautiful had remained for her ugly facts of life that she had an instinct to hold herself away from. What she felt she did not like herself for feeling, and so their marriage had been less union than manoeuvring. She supposed she had, to be very blunt, starved Stuart's love. For he wanted much love, a full and intense love-life. He was passionate and demonstrative. He gave and wanted, perhaps needed, much giving. He did not understand that constant holding back. For him the beauty of love was in the expression of it. She supposed, in this curious self-indulgence of facing things tonight, that it had been he who was normal. She had memories of many times when she had puzzled and disappointed and hurt him. And so when Gertrude Fremont, an old school friend of hers, a warm-natured Southern girl, came to visit her, Stuart turned away from things grudging and often chill to Gertrude's playfulness and sunniness and warmth. There was a curious shock to her tonight when she found herself actually thinking that perhaps it was not much to be wondered at. He was like that. She had not made him over to be like her. At first he had found Gertrude enlivening, and from a flirtation it went to one of those passages of passion between a man and a woman, a thing that flames up and then dies away, in a measure a matter of circumstance. That was the way he tried to explain it to her when, just as Gertrude was leaving, she came to know. Even in this present abandonment to thinking, she went hurriedly past the shock of all that terrible sordid night of finding out. Stuart had weakly and appealingly said that he hadn't been able to help it, that he was sorry, that it was all over. But with it their marriage was all over. She told him so then, told him quite calmly, it would seem serenely, went on telling him so through those first days of his unhappiness and persistence. She was always quite unperturbed in telling him so. Politely, almost pleasantly, she would tell him that she would never be his wife again. She never was. She had known very certainly from the first that she never would be. Tonight she probed into that too, why she had been so sure, why she had never wavered. It was a more inner thing than just jealousy, resentment, hurt, revenge, though all those things were there too. But those were things that might have broken down, and this was not a thing that would break down. It was more particularly temperamental than any of those things. It was that thing in her which had always held her back from giving. She had given, and then her giving had been outraged. Even now she burned in the thought of that. He had called out a thing in her that she had all along, just because she was as she was, resented having had called out. And then he had flouted it. Even after all those years there was tonight that old prickling of her scalp in thinking of it. The things she might have said, of its being her own friend, in her own house, she did not much dwell upon, even to herself. It was a more inner injury than that. Something in her that was curiously against her had been called to life by him, and then he had outraged what she had all along resented his finding in her. To give at all had been so tremendous a thing, then to have it lightly held. It outraged something that was simply outside the sphere of things forgivable. And that outraged thing had its own satisfaction. What he had called to life in her, and then, as it seemed, left there unwanted, what he had made in her that was not herself, then left her with, became something else, something that made her life. From the first until now, or at any rate until 2 months ago when that boy came and forced her to look at herself, the thing in her that had been outraged became something that took the place of love, that was as the other pole of love, something that yielded a satisfaction of its own, a satisfaction intense as the things of love are intense, but cold, ordered, certain. It was the power to hurt, the power to bring pain by simply doing nothing. It was not tempestuously done. It had none of the uncertainty of passionate feeling. It had the satisfaction of power without effort, of disturbing and remaining undisturbed, of hurting and giving no sign. It was the revenge of what was deeply herself for her calling her out from herself, for not wanting what was found in her that was not herself. Stuart wanted her again, terribly wanted her, more than ever wanted her. He loved, and so could be hurt. He needed love, and so could be given pain. He thought she would give in. She knew that she would not. There was power in that knowledge, and so she watched him suffer and herself gained new poise. She did not consider how it was a sorry thing to fill her life with. When, that night that was being like struck by lightning, she came to know that the man to whom she had given, she, had turned from her to another woman, it was as if she was then and there sealed in. She would never let herself leave again. Outraged pride blocked every path out from self. She was shut in with her power to inflict pain. That was all she had. And then that boy came and made her look at herself and know that she was poor. That was why Stella Cutting could be talking of how Marian Averley had broken. They were talking about it, of course, about her and Ruth Holland and her husband. Her husband, she thought insistently, but without getting the accustomed satisfaction from the thought. Miserably she wondered just what they were saying. She flinched in the thought of their talk about her hurt, her loneliness. And then she felt a little as if she could cry. She had wondered if she had anybody's real pity. That thought of their talking of it opened it to her, drew her to it. She thought of Ruth Holland, gave up the worn pretence of disinterest, and let herself go in thinking of her. The first feeling she had had when she suspected that her husband was drawn to that girl, Ruth Holland, was one of chagrin, a further hurt to pride. For her power to give pain would be cut off. Once she saw the girl's face light as Stuart went up to her for a dance. She knew then that the man who had that girl's love could not be hurt in the way she had been hurting. At first she was not so much jealous as strangely desolated. And then as time went on, and in those little ways that can make things known to those made acute through unhappiness, she came to know that her husband cared for this girl and had her love. Anger at having been again stripped, again left their outrage, made her seize upon the only power left, that more sordid, more commonplace kind of power. She could no longer hurt by withholding herself. She could only hurt by standing in the way. Rage at the humiliation of being reduced to that fastened her to it with a hold not to be let go. All else was taken from her, and she was left with just that. Somehow she reduced herself to it. She became the quality of it. Pride, or rather self-valuation, incapacity for self-depreciation, had never let her be honest with herself. As there were barriers shutting the world out from her hurt and humiliation, so too were there barriers shutting herself out. She did not acknowledge pain, loneliness, for that meant admission that she could not have what she would have. She thought of it as withdrawal, dignified withdrawal from one not fit. She had always tried to feel that her only humiliation was in having given to one not worth her, one lesser. But in this reckless and curiously exciting mood of honesty tonight, she got some idea of how great the real hurt had been. She knew now that when she came to know, to feel in a way that was knowing, that her husband loved Ruth Holland, she suffered something much more than hurt to pride. It was pride that would not let her look at herself and see how she was hurt. And pride would not let her say one word, make one effort. It was simply not in her to bring herself to try to have love given her. And so she was left with the sordid satisfaction of the hurt she dealt in just being. That became the reason for her existence, the ugly reason for her barren existence. She lived alone with it for so long that she came to be of it. Her spirit seemed empty of all else. It had kept her from everything. It had kept her from herself. But now tonight she could strangely get to herself, and now she knew that far from Ruth Holland not mattering, her whole being had from the first been steeped in hatred of her. Her jealousy had been of a freezing quality. It had even frozen her power to know about herself. When, after one little thing and then another had let her know there was love between her husband and this girl, To go to places where Ruth Holland was would make her numb. That was the way it was with her. Once, in going somewhere, a part of that hideous doing things together which she kept up because it was one way of showing she was there, would continue to be there. She and Stuart drove past the Hollands, and this girl was out in the yard, romping with her dog, tussling with him like a little girl. She looked up, flushed, tumbled, panting, saw them, tried to straighten her hair, laughed in confusion, and retreated. Stuart had raised his hat to her, trying to look nothing more than discreetly amused. But a little later after she, his wife, had been looking from the other window as if not at all concerned, she turned her head and saw his face in the mirror on the opposite side of the carriage. He had forgotten her. She was taking him unawares. Up to that time she had not been sure, at least not sure of its meaning much. But when she saw that tender little smile playing about his mouth, she knew it was true that her power to hurt him had reduced itself to being in his way. That she should be reduced to that made her feeling about it as ugly as the thing itself. She did not sleep that night, after seeing Ruth Holland romping with her dog. She had cried, and was furious that she should cry, that it could make her cry, and furious at herself because of the feeling she had, a strange stir of passion, a wave of that feeling which had seemed to her unlovely even when it was desired, and that it was unbearably humiliating to feel unwanted. It was in this girl he wanted those things now, that girl who could let herself go, whom life rioted in, who doubtless could abandon herself to love as she could in romping with her dog. It tortured her to think of the girl's flushed, glowing face, panting there, hair tumbled. She cringed in the thought of how perhaps what she had given was measured by what this girl could give. As time went on, she knew that her husband was more happy than he had ever been before, and increasingly unhappy. Her torture in the thought of his happiness made her wrest the last drop of satisfaction she could from the knowledge that she could continue the unhappiness. Sometimes he would come home and she would know he had been with this girl, know it as if he had shouted it at her. It fairly breathed from him. To feel that happiness near would have maddened her, had she not been able to feel that her very being there dealt unhappiness. It was a wretched thing to live with. Beauty had not come into her life. It would not come where that was. And then she came to know that they were being cornered. She, knowing, saw misery as well as love in the girl's eyes, a hunted look. Her husband grew terribly nervous, irritable, like one trapped. It was hurting his business, it was breaking down his health. Not until afterward did she know that there was also a disease breaking down his health. She did not know what difference it might have made had she known that. By that time she had sunk pretty deep into lust for hurting, into hating. She saw that this love was going to wreck his life. His happiness was going to break him. If the world came to know, it would be known that her husband did not want her, that he wanted someone else. She smarted under that, and so fortified herself the stronger in an appearance of unconcern. She could better bear exposure of his uncaringness for her than let him suspect that he could hurt her. And they would be hurt. If it became known, it would wreck life for them both. The town would know then about Ruth Holland, that wanton who looked so spiritual. They would know then what the girl they had made so much of really was. She would not any longer have to listen to that talk of Ruth Holland as so sweet, so fine. And so she waited, sure that it would come without her having given any sign, without her having been moved from her refuge of unconcern, she who had given and not been wanted. That week before Edith Lawrence's wedding she knew that it was coming, that something was happening. Stuart looked like a creature driven into a corner. And he looked sick. He seemed to have lost hold on himself. Once, as she was passing the door of his room, it blew a little open, and she saw him sitting on the bed, face buried in his hands. After she passed the door she halted, but went on. She heard him moving around in the night. Once she heard him groan. Instinctively she had sat up in bed, but had lain down again, remembering that he was groaning because he did not want her, because she was in the way of the woman he wanted. She saw in those days, that week before Edith Lawrence's wedding, that he was trying to say something to her and could not, that he was wretched in his fruitless attempts to say it. He would come where she was, sit there white, miserable, dogged, then go away after having said only some trivial thing. Once, she was always quite cool, unperturbed through those attempts of his, he had passionately cried out, "You're pretty superior, aren't you, Marian? Pretty damned serene." It was a cry of desperation, a cry from unbearable pain, but she gave no sign. Like steel round her heart was the feeling that he was paying now. After that outburst he did not try to talk to her. That was the last night he was at home. He came home at noon next day and said he was going away on a business trip. She heard him packing in his room. She knew, felt sure, that it was something more than a business trip. She felt sure that he was leaving. And then she wanted to go to him and say something, whether reproaches or entreaty she did not know. Listened to him moving around in there, wanted to go and say something and could not, could only sit there listening, hearing every smallest sound. She heard him speak a surly word to a servant in the hall. He never spoke that way to the servants. When he shut the front door she knew that he would not open it again. She got to the window and saw him before he passed from sight, carrying his bag, head bent, stooped. He was broken, and he was going away. She knew it. Even tonight she could not let herself think much about that afternoon, the portentous emptiness, the strangeness of the house. Going into his room to see what he had taken, in there being tied up as with panic, sinking down on his bed and unable to move for a long time. She had forced herself to go to Edith Lawrence's wedding, and she knew by Ruth Holland's face that it was true something was happening, knew it by the girl's face as she walked down the aisle after attending her friend at the altar, knew it by her much laughter, by what was not in the laughter. Once during the evening she saw Edith put her arm around Ruth Holland, and at the girl's face then she knew with certainty, did not need the letter that came from Stuart next day. She had the picture of Ruth Holland now as she was that last night, in that filmy dress of pale yellow that made her look so delicate. She was helped through that evening by the thought that if she was going to be publicly humiliated, Ruth Holland would be publicly disgraced. She would have heard the last about that fine, delicate quality, about sweetness and luminousness. They would know, finally, that she was not those things she looked. And after it happened, the fact that they did know it helped her to go on. She went right on, almost as if nothing had happened. She would not let herself go away, because then they would say she went away because she could not bear it, because she did not want them to see. She must stay and show them that there was nothing to see. Forcing herself to do that so occupied her as to help her with things within. She could not let herself feel, for feeling would show on the surface. Even before herself, she had kept up that manner of unconcern, and had come to be influenced by her own front. And so the years went by, and her life had been made by that going on in apparent unconcern, and by that inner feeling that she was hurting them by just being in life. It was not a lovely reason for being in life. She had not known what a poor thing it was until that boy came and forced her to look at herself and consider how little she had. She rose and stood looking into the mirror above the fireplace. It seemed to her that she could tell by her face that the desire to do harm had been her reason for living. Several hours had gone by, while she sat there given over to old things. She wished she had a book, something absorbing, something to take her away from that other thinking that was lying in wait for her, those thoughts about what there was for her to live with in the years still to be lived. The magazine she had picked up could not get any hold on her. That was why, though she had made it clear she did not want to be disturbed, there was relief in her voice as she answered the tap at the door. She frowned a little, though, at sight of Mrs. Hughes standing there deferential but visibly excited. She had that look of trying not to intrude her worthiness as she said, "Excuse me, Mrs. Williams, for disturbing you, but there is something I thought you ought to know." In answer to the not very cordial look of inquiry, she went on, "It's about Lily. She says she won't have a doctor, but she needs one." There was something in her manner, something excited and yet grim, that Mrs. Williams did not understand. But then she did not much trouble herself to understand Mrs. Hughes. She was always appearing to see some hidden significance in things. "I'll go up and see her," she said. After the visit she came down to telephone for her doctor. She saw that the girl was really ill, and she had concluded from her strange manner that she was feverish. Lily protested that she wanted to be let alone, that she would be all right in a day or two, but she looked too ill for those protestations to be respected. She telephoned for her own doctor only to learn that he was out of town. Upon calling another physician's house, she was told that he had the grippe and could not go out. She then sat for some minutes in front of the phone before she looked up a number in the book and called Dr. Dean Franklin. When she rose after doing that, she felt as if her knees were likely to give way. The thought of his coming into her house, coming just when she had been living through old things, was unnerving. But she was really worried about the girl, and knew no one else to call whom she could trust. When he came, she was grateful to him for his professional manner, which seemed to take no account of personal things, to have no personal memory. "I'd like to see you when you come down, doctor," she said, as Mrs. Hughes was taking him to the maid's room on the 3rd floor. She was waiting for him at the door of her upstairs sitting room. He stepped in, and then stood hesitatingly there. He, too, had a queer, grim look, she thought. "And what is the trouble?" she asked. He gave her a strange sideways glance, and snapped shut a pocket of the bag he carried. Then he said, brusquely, "It's a miscarriage." She felt the blood surging into her face. She had stepped a little back from him. "Why, I don't see how that's possible," she faltered. He smiled a little, and she had a feeling that he took a satisfaction in saying to her, grimly, "Oh, it's possible, all right." She colored anew. She resented his manner, and that made her collect herself and ask with dignity what was the best thing to do. "I presume we'd better take her to the hospital," he said, in that short way. "She's been horribly treated. She's going to need attention, and doubtless it would be disagreeable to have her here." That, too, she suspected him of finding a satisfaction in saying. She made a curt inquiry as to whether the girl would be all right there for the night. He said yes, and left, saying he would be back in the morning. She escaped Mrs. Hughes, whom now she understood. She did not go up again to see Lily. She could not do that then. She was angry with herself for being unnerved. She told herself that at any other time she would have been able to deal sensibly with such a situation. But coming just when things were all opened up like that, old feeling fresh, and coming from Dean Franklin, she would be quite impersonal, rational in the morning. But for a long time she could not go to sleep. Something had intruded into her guarded places, and the things of life from which she had withdrawn were here, in her house. It affected her physically, almost made her sick, the proximity of the things she had shut out of her life. It was invasion. And she thought about Lily. She tried not to, but could not help wondering about her. She wondered how this had happened, what the girl was feeling. Was there someone she loved? She lay there thinking of how, just recently, this girl who lived in her house had been going through those things. It made her know that the things of life were all the time around one. There was something singularly disturbing in the thought. Next morning she went up to see Lily. She told herself it was only common decency to do that, her responsibility to a person in her house. As she opened the door, Lily turned her head and looked at her. When she saw who it was, her eyes went sullen, defiant. But pain was in them too, and with all the rest something wistful. As she looked at the girl lying there, in trouble, in pain, she could see Lily, just a little while before, laughing and singing at her work. Something she had not felt in years, that she had felt but little in her whole life, stirred in her heart. "Well, Lily," she said, uncertainly but not unkindly. The girl's eyes were down, her face turned a little away, but she could see that her chin was quivering. "I'm sorry you are ill," Mrs. Williams murmured, and then gave a little start at the sound of her own voice. The girl turned her head and stole a look. A moment later there were tears on her lashes. "We'll have to get you well," said Mrs. Williams, in a practical, cheerful voice, and then she abruptly left the room. Her heart was beating too fast. Mrs. Hughes lay in wait for her as she came downstairs. "May I speak to you, Mrs. Williams?" she asked, in a manner at once deferential and firm. "She's to be taken away, isn't she?" she inquired in a hard voice. For a moment Mrs. Williams did not speak. She looked at the woman before her, all tightened up with outraged virtue. And then she heard herself saying, "No, I think it will be better for Lily to remain at home." After she had heard herself say it, she had that feeling that her knees were about to give way. For an instant Mrs. Hughes' lips shut tight. Then, "Do you know what's the matter with her?" she demanded in that sharp, hard voice. "Yes," replied Mrs. Williams, "I know." "And you're going to keep such a person in your house?" "Yes." "Then you can't expect me to stay in your house," flashed the woman who was outraged. "As you like, Mrs. Hughes," was the answer. Mrs. Hughes moved a little away, plainly discomfited. "I should be sorry to have you go," Mrs. Williams continued courteously. "But of course that is for you to decide." "I'm a respectable woman," she muttered. "You can't expect me to wait on a person like that." "You needn't wait on her, then," was the reply. "Until the nurse comes, I will wait on her myself." And again she turned abruptly away. Once more her heart was beating too fast. When the doctor came and began about the arrangement he had been able to make at the hospital, she quietly told him that, if it would be as well, she would rather keep Lily at home. His startled look made her flush. His manner with her was less brusque as he said good-bye. She smiled a little over that last puzzled glance he stole at her. Then she went back to Lily's room. She straightened her bed for her, telling her that in a little while the nurse would be there to make her really comfortable. She bathed the girl's hot face and hands. She got her a cold drink. As she put her hand behind her head to raise her a little for that, the girl murmured brokenly, "You're so kind." She went out and sat in an adjoining room, to be within call. And as she sat there a feeling of strange peace stole through her. It was as if she had been set free, as if something that had chained her for years had fallen away. When in her talk with Mrs. Hughes she became that other woman, the woman on the other side, on compassion's side, something just fell from her. When that poor girl murmured, "You're so kind," she suddenly knew that she must have something more from life than that satisfaction of harming those who had hurt her. When she washed the girl's face she knew what she could not unknow. She had served. She could not find the old satisfaction in working harm. The soft warm thing that filled her heart with that cry, "You're so kind," had killed forever the old cruel satisfaction in being in the way. She felt very quiet in this wonderful new liberation. She began shaping life as something more than a standing in the way of others. It made life seem a different thing, just to think of it as something other than that. And suddenly she knew that she did not hate Ruth Holland any more, that she did not even hate the man who had been her husband. Hating had worn itself out. It fell from her, a thing outlived. It was wonderful to have it gone. For a long time she sat there very quiet in the wonder of that peace of knowing that she was free. Freed of the long hideous servitude of hating, freed of wanting to harm. It made life new and sweet. She wanted something from life. She must have more of that gentle sweetness that warmed her heart when Lily murmured, "You're so kind." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ruth Holland stood at the window looking out at Colorado in January. The wide valley was buried under snow. It was late afternoon, and the sun was passing behind the western mountains. From the window where she stood she could not see the western mountains, but the sunset colors had been thrown over to the eastern range, some 50 miles away. When she first came there, 5 years before, it had seemed strange to find the east lighted at sunset, more luminous than the west. The eastern range was a mighty one. Now there was snow down to its feet, and there was no warmth in the colors that lighted it. They only seemed to reveal that the mountains were frozen. It would not have seemed possible for red, those mountains had been named Song de Cristo because they went red at sunset, to be so dazzling cold. The lighted snow brought out the contour of the mountains. They were wonderfully beautiful so, but the woman looking out at them was not thinking of them as beautiful. She was thinking of them as monuments of coldness. To her it was as if they had locked that valley into merciless cold. But it was not the sunset colors that really marked coming night for her. All through that winter something else had marked night, something she tried to keep from looking out at, but which she was not able to hold away from. She was looking at it now, looking off into the adjoining field where the sheep were huddling for the night. They had begun their huddling some time before. With the first dimming of the light, the first wave of new cold that meant coming night, a few of them would get together. Others would gather around them, then more and more. Now there was the struggle not to be left on the outside. The outer ones were pushing toward the center. They knew by other nights that this night would be frigid, that they could only keep alive by that warmth they could get from one another. Yet there were always some that must make the outer rim of the big circle, must be left there to the unbroken cold. She watched them. It had become a terrible thing for her to see, but she could not keep from looking. Many of those unprotected sheep had died that bitter winter. Others would die before spring came. It was a cruel country, a country of cold. That was their flock of sheep. They had been driven there the summer before from the lambing grounds in the mountains. The day they got there, the lambs were exhausted from the long journey. One of them had dropped before the house and died right there beside the field it had come the long way to gain. Her efforts to revive it were useless. The little thing was worn out. They were all of them close to worn out. And now they had the winter to fight. Night after night she watched them huddling there, the big pitiful mass of them out in the bitter cold. It was the way of the country to leave them so, the only way, the sheepmen said, that sheep could be made to pay. They estimated that the loss by freezing was small, compared with what would be the cost of shelter for droves that ran into thousands, into tens of thousands. Ruth would wake at night and think of them huddled out there, would lie thinking of them as she drew the covers around herself, think of them when the wind drove against the house, and often, as tonight, when it was every instant growing colder, she wondered if what was before them filled them with terror. Sometimes she could not keep away and went nearer and looked at them. They were unbearably pitiful to her, their necks wrapped around each other's necks, trying to get from one another the only warmth there was for them, so helpless, so patient, they, play-loving creatures, gentle things, bearing these lives that men might finally use them for clothing and for food. There were times when the pathos of them was a thing she could not bear. They seemed to represent the whole cruelty of life, made real to her the terrible suffering of the world that winter of the war. She watched the sheep until the quick dusk had fallen, and then stood thinking of them huddled over there in the frigid darkness. When she found that her face was wet and realized that she had sobbed aloud, she turned from the window to the stove, drew a chair up close to it, and put her feet on the fender. It was so bitterly cold that the room was warm only near the stove. Over there by the window she had grown chilled. And as the heat enveloped her ankles, she thought of the legs of those poor frightened things that had been the last comers and not able to get to the inside of the circle, that living outer rim which was left all exposed to the frigid January night in that high mountain valley. She could feel the cold cutting against their legs, could see their trembling and their vain, frantic efforts to get within the solidly packed mass. She was crying, and she said to herself, her fingers clenched down into her palm, "Stop that! Stop that!" She did not know what might not happen to her if she were unable to stop such thinking as that. To try and force herself away from it, she got up and lighted a lamp. She looked about on her desk for a magazine she had put there. She would make herself read something while waiting for Stuart. He had had to drive into town. He would be almost frozen when he got back from that 2-mile drive. She paused in her search for the magazine, and went into the kitchen to make sure that the fire there was going well. Then she put some potatoes in to bake. Baked potatoes were hot things. They would be good after that drive. The heat from the oven poured out to her, and it swept her again to the thought of the living huddled mass out there in the frigid darkness. The wind beat against the house. It was beating against them. She bit her lip hard, and again she said to herself, "No." She made some other preparations for supper. She had those things to do herself now. The Chinaman Ted had brought home with him in the fall had left in December. He had appeared before her ready for leaving, and had calmly said, "Cold here, missus, and 2 all alone. Me go where more others are." She had said nothing at all in reply to him, in protest, too held by what he had said. Cold here, and 2 all alone. She had stood at the window and watched him going up the road toward town, going where more others were. She went back now into their main room. It was both living and dining room these days, for since the extreme cold had fastened on them they had abandoned their 2 little upstairs bedrooms, and taken for sleeping the room which in summer was used as living room. That could be heated a little by leaving the door open, and it had seemed out of the question to go to bed in those upstairs rooms where the cold had been left untouched. Since they had been doing their own work, all extra things had had to be cut down. An upstairs fire would mean more work, and it seemed there was already more work than Ruth could get done and have time for anything else. She was tired all the time these days. She would think during the day of the good time she was going to have with a book that evening, and then night would find her so tired she could scarcely keep awake, and she would huddle there before the fire, dreading the cold of the night. Life had reduced itself to necessities. Things had to be ruthlessly rearranged for meeting conditions. She loved her own room to sleep in. She needed it. But she had given that up because it was too cold, because she could not do any more work. There was something that made her cringe in the thought of their sharing a bed, not because of love of being together, but because of the necessity of fighting the cold. And it made crowded quarters downstairs. She began picking up the room now. Things were piled up on the sewing machine, on the reading table. It seemed impossible to keep them put away. She tried hard to keep the room an attractive place to sit in, but it was in disorder, uninviting most of the time. Often, after doing the kitchen work, she would clean it all up with the idea of making it attractive to sit in, then would be too utterly tired to enjoy it. She lagged in putting things away now. She would stand holding them helplessly, not knowing where to put them. She got sick of it and just threw some of them into a closet, anything to get them out of sight for the time. She knew that was not the way to do, that it would make it harder another time. She felt like crying. It seemed things had got ahead of her, that she was swamped by them, and somehow she did not have the spirit or the strength to get a new start, make a new plan. Finally she had the room looking a little less slovenly, not so sordid, and was about to sit down with her magazine. But the lamp was flickering, and then she remembered that she had not filled it that day. She picked the lamp up, and slowly, drooping, started for the kitchen. She gave the can an angry little tilt, and the oil overflowed on the table. She was biting her lips as she went about looking for a cloth to wipe it up. She heard sleigh bells and knew Stuart was coming. Hastily she washed the oil from her hands, she always hated herself when her hands smelled of kerosene, and began getting things ready for supper. Stuart came hurrying and stamping in after putting the horse away, quickly banging the door shut and standing there pounding his feet and rubbing his stiffened hands. "Fearfully cold?" she inquired, hurriedly getting out the box of codfish she was going to cream for their supper. "Cold!" he scoffed, as if in scorn for the inadequacy of the word. After a minute he came up to the stove. "I was afraid," he said, holding his right hand in his left, "that it had got these fingers." He took off his big bearskin coat. A package he had taken from the pocket of it he threw over on the kitchen table. "Don't throw the bacon there, Stuart," hurriedly advised Ruth, busy with the cream sauce she was making. "I've just spilled oil there." "Heavens!" he said irritably, shoving the bacon farther back. His tone made Ruth's hand tremble. "If you think I'm so careless you might fill the lamps yourself," she said tremulously. "Who said you were careless?" he muttered. He went in the other room and after a minute called out, as one trying to be pleasant, "What we going to have for supper?" "Creamed codfish," she told him. "For a little change," he said, under his breath. "I don't think that's very kind, Stuart," she called back quiveringly. "It's not so simple a matter to have changes here now." "Oh, I know it," he said, wearily. She brought the things in, and they began the meal in silence. She had not taken time to lay the table properly. Things were not so placed as to make them attractive. Stuart tasted a piece of bread and then hastily put it aside, not concealing a grimace of distaste. "What's the matter?" Ruth asked sharply. "I don't seem to care much for bread and oil," he said, in a voice it was plainly an effort to make light. Ruth's eyes filled. She picked up the plate of bread and took it to the kitchen. Stuart rose and went after her. "I'll get some more bread, Ruth," he said kindly. "Guess you're tired tonight, aren't you?" She turned away from him and took a drink of water. Then she made a big effort for control and went to the dining room. She asked some questions about town, and they talked in a perfunctory way until supper was over. He had brought papers and a couple of letters from town. Ruth was out in the kitchen doing the dishes when she heard a queer exclamation from him. "What is it, Stuart?" it made her ask quickly, going to the dining-room door with the cup she was wiping. He gave her a strange look, and then suddenly he laughed. "What is it?" The laugh made her repeat in quick, sharp voice. "Well, you'll never guess," he said. She frowned and stood there waiting. "Marian's going to get a divorce." He looked at her as if he did not believe what he said. Ruth put her hand out to the casement of the door. "She is?" she said dully. He held up a legal-looking paper. "Official notice," he said. Then suddenly he threw the thing over on the table, and with a short, hard laugh pulled his chair around to the fire. Ruth stood a moment looking at it lying there. Then she turned and went back to the dishes. When she returned to the living room the paper still lay there on the table. She had some darning to do, and she got out her things and sat down, chair turned to one side, not facing the legal-looking document. After a little while, Stuart, who had been figuring in a memorandum book, yawned and said he guessed he'd go to bed. He shook down the fire, then got up and picked up the paper from the table, folded it, and took it over to the big desk in the corner where his business things were. "Well, Ruth," he remarked, "this would have meant a good deal to us 10 or 12 years ago, wouldn't it?" She nodded, her head bent over the sock she was darning. "Oh, well," he said, after a pause, "maybe it will help some even yet." She made no answer. "I suppose Marian wants to get married," he went on meditatively, after a moment adding bitterly, "Her wanting it is the only thing that would ever make her do it." He went down cellar for coal, and after he had filled the stove began undressing before it. When ready for bed he sat there a little before the fire, as if taking in all the heat he could for the night. Ruth had finished her darning and was putting the things away. "Coming to bed?" he asked of her. "Not right away," she said, her voice restrained. "Better not try to sit up late, Ruth," he said kindly. "You need plenty of sleep. I notice you're often pretty tired at night." She did not reply, putting things in the machine drawer. Her back was to him. "Well, Ruth," he said, in a voice genial but slightly ironic, "we can get married now." She went on doing things and still did not speak. "Better late than never," he said pleasantly, yawning. He stood up, ready for going into the bedroom, but still hating to leave the fire, standing there with his back to it. "When shall we get married, Ruth?" he went on, in a slightly amused voice. "Oh, I don't know, Stuart," she replied shortly from the kitchen. "Have to plan it out," he said sleepily, yawning once more. Then he laughed, as if the idea more and more amused him. After that he murmured, in the voice of one mildly curious about a thing, "I wonder if Marian is going to get married." Ruth wanted to take a bath before she went to bed. Taking a bath was no easy matter under their circumstances. It was so much work, and usually she was so tired that she would sometimes let it go longer than she would have supposed she would ever let bathing go. She was determined not to let it go tonight. She had the water on heating. She went down for the tub, went upstairs into her frigid room for the fresh things to put on in the morning. The room was so cold that there was a sort of horror about it. She went over to the window. The snow made the valley bright. Dimly she could see a massed thing, the huddled sheep. With a hard little laugh for the sob that shook her, she hurried out of the room. She took her bath before the fire in the living room. Stuart had piled on one chair the clothes that he had taken off and would put on in the morning. She placed on another the things for herself. And suddenly she looked at those two chairs, and the thing that she had been trying not to think about, that now they two could be married, seemed to sear her whole soul with mockery. She was rubbing some lotion on her red, chapped hands, hands defaced by work and cold. She had a picture of her hands as they used to be, back there in those years when to have been free to marry Stuart would have made life radiant. She sat a long time before the fire, not wanting to go to bed. She particularly wanted to go to bed alone that night. There seemed something shameful in that night, sharing a bed as a matter of expediency. Stuart was snoring a little. She sat there, her face buried in her hands. The wind was beating against the house. It was beating against the sheep out there, too. It had a clean sweep against that outer rim of living things. She cried for a little while, and then, so utterly tired that it did not matter much, she went into the other room and crept into bed. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But at last the cold had let go of them. It was April, the snow had gone, and the air promised that to even that valley spring would come. Ruth, out feeding the chickens, felt that spring nearness. She raised her face gratefully to the breeze. It had seemed almost unbelievable that the wind would ever again bring anything but blighting cold. As she stood there, held by that first feel of spring, an automobile came along, slowed, and Stuart went running out of the house to meet it. It was his friend Stoddard, a real estate man there. He had become friends with this man in the last few months. He had had little in friendships with men, and this had brightened him amazingly. He had a new interest in business things, new hopes. It had seemed to make him younger, keener. He and Mr. Stoddard had a plan for going into Montana, where the latter was interested in a land developing company, and going into business together. Stuart was alive with interest in it. It promised new things for him, a new chance. They would live in a town, and it would be business life, which he cared for as he had never come to care for ranching. He was beginning to talk to Ruth about moving, of selling off their stock and some of their things. He was eager to make the change. She had gone in the house as the machine stopped, having seen that there were people in the car with Mr. Stoddard, and not feeling presentably dressed. She went upstairs to do the work, and as she glanced down from the upper window she saw Stuart in laughing conversation with a girl in the automobile. Something about it arrested her. He was standing to the far side of the machine so she could see his face. There was something in it she had not seen for a long time, that interest in women, an unmistakable pleasure in talking with an attractive girl. She stood there, a little back from the window, watching them. There was nothing at all wrong about it, nothing to resent, simply a little gay bantering with a girl. It was natural to him. It had been once. It could be again. His laugh came up to her. So he could still laugh like that. She had not heard him for a long time. He turned and started hurriedly for the house, the car waiting for him. He was smiling. His step was buoyant. "Ruth," he called up to her, and his voice too had the old buoyancy. "I'm going into town with Stoddard. We want to go over some things. He'll bring me back before night." "All right, Stuart," she called back pleasantly. She watched the car out of sight. Stuart, sitting in the front seat with his friend, had turned and was gaily talking with the women behind. When she first knew him, when she was still a little girl and used to see him around with his own set, he had been like that. She did not want to stay in the house. That house had shut her in all winter. The road stretched invitingly away. About a mile down it there was a creek. Willows grew there. Perhaps there she would find some real spring. Anyway, she had an impulse to get out to the moving water. She had seemed locked in. Everything had seemed locked in for so long. As she was getting her coat, she put into the pocket a letter she had received the day before from Dean Franklin. After she had sat a little while by the running water, she took the letter out to reread, but did not at first open it. She was wishing Dean was sitting there with her. She would like to talk to him. The letter was a gloomy one. It seemed that Dean too was locked in. Soon after Ted came back from Freeport in the fall she had got it out of him about the Franklins. She had sensed at once that there was something about Dean he did not want to tell her, and before he left for his own place she had it from him that the Franklins had indeed separated, and that the gossip of Freeport was that it was because of Mrs. Franklin's resentment of her. And that was one of the things had seemed to make it possible for the winter somehow to take her. That was the thing had seemed to close the last door to her spirit, the last of those doors that had been thrown wide open when she left Annie's home in Freeport the spring before. She had tried to write to Dean. She felt that she should write to him, but she had a feeling of powerlessness. Finally, only a little while before, she had brought herself to do it. She knew it was a poor letter, a halting, constrained thing, but it seemed the best she could do, and so finally, after a great deal of uncertainty, she sent it. His reply made her feel that he realized how it had been, why she had been so long in writing, why the letter had been the stilted thing it was. It gave her a feeling that her friend had not withdrawn from her because of what she had brought down upon him, that open channel between him and her was there as it had ever been. And though his letter did not make her happy, it loosened something in her, to be able to feel that the way between her and Dean was not closed. "Don't distress yourself, Ruth," she now reread, "or have it upon your spirit, where too much has lain heavy all these years. You want to know the truth, and the truth is that Amy did resent my feeling about you and your situation, and that put us apart. But you see it was not in us to stay together, or we could not have been thus put apart. Love can't do it all, Ruth, not for long. I mean love that hasn't roots down in the spirit can't. And where there isn't that spiritual underneath, without a hinterland, love is pretty insecure. I could have held on to it a while longer, I suppose, by cutting clear loose from the thing really me. And I suppose I would have done it if I could. I did, in fact, make attempts at it. But that meanness, I'm afraid, is most infernal strong in my miserable make-up. And somehow the withdrawal of oneself seems a lot to pay for even the happiness of love. There are some of us can't seem able to do it. So it's not you, Ruth. It's that it was like that, and that it came out through the controversy about you. Cast from your mind any feeling adding the wrecking of my happiness to your list of crimes. But, Ruth, I'm not happy. I couldn't get along in happiness, and I don't get along without it. It's a paralyzing thing not to have happiness, or to lose it, rather. Does it ever seem to you that life is a pretty paralyzing thing? That little by little, a little here and a little there, it gets us? We get harness broke, you see. Seems to have gone that way with most of the people I know. Seems to be that way with me. Don't let it do it to you. Somehow I don't believe it will. I think that you, Ruth, would be a fine little prison breaker. Might stand some show of being one myself if I were anywhere but in this town. There's something about it that has got me, Ruth. If it hadn't, I'd be getting out of it now. But of course I'm a pretty poor sort, not worth making a fight for, or it wouldn't be like this. And for that matter, what's the difference? Lives aren't counting for much these days. Men who are the right sort going down by the thousands, by the hundreds of thousands. So what, for heaven's sake, does it matter about me? I wish I could see you. I'm glad for you about the divorce. I believe the case comes up this April term, so it may be all over by the time you get this letter. Pretty late in coming, and I suppose it must seem a good deal of a mockery, getting it now. But maybe it will help some for the future, make you feel more comfortable, and I'm awfully glad. Funny about it, isn't it? I wonder what made her do it. I was called there this winter, maid sick, miscarriage, and Mrs. Williams puzzled me. Didn't turn the girl out, awfully decent to her. I would have supposed she would have been quite the other way. And now this. Queer, don't you think? Write to me sometimes, Ruth. Sometimes write to me what you're thinking about. Maybe it will stir me up. Write to me to take a brace and get out of this town. If you went for me hard enough, called me all the insulting names you could think of, and told me a living dead man was the most cowardly and most disgusting object cluttering up the earth, you might get a rise out of me. You're the one could do it if it can be done. One thing I do know. Writing this has made me want like blazes to see you. Dean. Ruth sat there in the arm of a low willow, her hands resting upon Dean's letter, her eyes closed, the faint breath of coming spring upon her face. She was tired and very sad. She was thinking of Dean's life, of her own life, of the way one seemed mocked. She wished that Dean were there. She could talk to him and she would like to talk. His letter moved something in her. Something that had long seemed locked in stirred a little. Her feeling about life had seemed a thing frozen within her. Now the feeling that there was still this open channel between her and Dean was as a thawing, an outlet. She thought of her last talk with Dean, of their walk together that day, almost a year before, when he came to see her at Annie's, the very day she was starting back west. She had felt anything but locked in that day. There was that triumphant sense of openness to life, the joy of new interest in it, of zest for it. And then she came back west, to Stuart, and somehow the radiance went, courage ebbed. It came to seem that life was all fixed, almost as if life, in the real sense, was over. That sense of having failed, having been inadequate to her own feeling, struck her down to a wretched powerlessness. And so routine, hard work, bitter cold, loneliness, that sense of the cruelty of life which the sternness of the country gave, those things had been able to take her. It was because something had gone dead in her. She thought of that spiritual hinterland Dean talked about. She thought of her and Stuart. She grew very sad in the thinking. She wondered if it was her fault. However it was true they no longer found the live things in one another. She had not been able to communicate to him the feeling with which she came back from Annie's. It was a lesser thing for trying to talk of it to him. She did not reach him. She knew that he only thought her a little absurd. After that she did not try to talk to him of what she felt. Life lessened. Things were as they were. They too were as they were. It came to seem just a matter of following out what had begun. And then that news of the divorce had come to mock her. But she must do something for Dean. Dean must not go like that. She had brought pencil and writing tablet with her, thinking that perhaps out of doors, away from the house where she had seemed locked in all winter, she could write to him. She thought of things to say, things that should be said, but she did not seem to have any power to charge them with life. How could the dead rouse the dead? She sat there thinking of her and Dean, of how they had always been able to reach one another. And finally she began. Dear Dean, you must find your way back to life. She did not go on. She sat staring at what she had written. She read it over. She said it aloud. It surged in upon her, into shut places. She sat looking at it, frightened at what it was doing. Sat looking at it after it was all blurred by tears, looking down at the words she herself had written. You must find your way back to life. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ruth was very quiet through the next week. Stuart was preoccupied with the plans he was making for going to Montana. When he talked with her it was of that, of arrangements to be made for it, and his own absorption apparently kept him from taking note of her being more quiet than usual, or different. It was all working out very well. He had found a renter for the ranch. The prospects for the venture in Montana were good. They were to move within a month. And one night in late April, when he came home from town, he handed Ruth a long envelope, with a laughing, "Better late than never." Then he was soon deep in some papers. Ruth was sorting a box of things. There were many things to be gone through preparatory to moving. She had put the paper announcing his divorce aside without comment, but she loitered over what she was doing. She was watching Stuart, thinking about him. She was thinking with satisfaction that he looked well. He had thrown off the trouble that had brought about their departure from Freeport 12 years before. He was growing rather stout. His fair hair had gone somewhat gray, and his face was lined. He had not the look of a young man. But he looked strong, alert. His new hopes had given him vigor, a new buoyancy. She sat there thinking of the years she had lived with him, of the wonder and the happiness she had known through him, of the hard things they had faced together. Her voice was gentle, as she replied to his inquiry about what day of the month it was. "I think," he said, "that we can get off by the 15th, don't you, Ruth?" "Perhaps." Her voice shook a little, but he was following his own thoughts and did not notice. After a little he came and sat across the table from her. "And, Ruth, about this getting married business—" He broke off with a laugh. "Seems absurd, doesn't it?" She nodded, fumbling with the things in the box, her head bent over them. "Well, I was thinking we'd better stop somewhere along the way and attend to it. Can't do it here. Don't want to there." She lifted her hands from the box and laid them on the table that was between him and her. She looked over at him and said, quietly, in a voice that shook only a little, "I do not want to get married, Stuart." He was filling his pipe and stopped abruptly, spilling the tobacco on the table. "What did you say?" he asked in the voice of one sure he must have heard wrong. "I said," she repeated, "that I did not want to get married." He stared at her, his face screwed up. Then it relaxed a little. "Oh, yes. Yes, I know how you feel. It seems so absurd, after all this time, after all there has been. But we must attend to it, Ruth. It's right that we should, now that we can. God knows we wanted to bad enough, long ago. And it will make us feel better about going into a new place. We can face people better." He gathered up the tobacco he had spilled and put it in his pipe. For a moment she did not speak. Then, "That wasn't what I meant, Stuart," she said falteringly. "Well, then, what in the world do you mean?" he asked impatiently. She did not at once say what she meant. Her eyes held him, they were so strangely steady. "Just why would we be getting married, Stuart?" she asked simply. At first he could only stare at her, appeared to be waiting for her to throw light on what she had asked. When she did not do that, he moved impatiently, as if resentful of being quizzed this way. Why, because we can now. Because it's the thing to do. Because it will be expected of us," he concluded, with gathering impatience for this unnecessary explanation. A faint smile traced itself about Ruth's mouth. It made her face very sad as she said, "I do not seem to be anxious to marry for any of those reasons, Stuart." "Ruth, what are you driving at?" he demanded, thoroughly vexed at the way she had bewildered him. "This is what I am driving at, Stuart," she began, a little more spiritedly. But then she stopped, as if dumb before it. She looked over at him as if hoping her eyes would tell it for her. But as he continued in that look of waiting, impatient bewilderment, she sighed and turned a little away. "Don't you think, Stuart," she asked, her voice low, "that the future is rather too important a thing to be given up to ratifying the past?" He pushed his chair back in impatience that was mounting to anger. "Just what do you mean?" he asked, stiffly. She picked up the long envelope lying on the table between them. She held it in her hand a moment without speaking. For as she touched it, she had a sense of what it would have meant to have held it in her hand 12 years before, over on the other side of their life together, a new sense of the irony and the pity of not having had it then, and having it now. She laid it down between them. "To me," she said, "this sets me free." "Free to choose," she went on, as he only stared at her. There was a moment of looking at him out of eyes so full of feeling that they held back the feeling that had flushed his face. "And my choice," she said, with a strange steadiness, "is that I now go my way alone." He spoke then, but it was only to stammer. "Why, Ruth!" Helplessly he repeated, "Ruth!" "But you see, you do see," she cried, "if it had not been so much, so beautiful, just because it was what it was—" She choked and could not go on. He came around and sat down beside her. The seriousness of his face, something she had touched in him, made it finer than it had been in those last years of routine. It was more as it used to be. His voice too seemed out of old days as he said, "Ruth, I don't know yet what you mean, why you're saying this." "I think you do, Stuart," she said simply. "Or I think you will if you'll let yourself. It's simply that this," she touched the envelope on the table before her, "that this finds us over on the other side of marriage. And this is what I mean," she flamed. "I mean that the marriage between us was too real to go through the mockery this would make possible now." She turned away because she was close to tears. He sat there in silence. Then, "Have I done anything, Ruth?" he asked, in the hesitating way of one at sea. She shook her head without turning back to him. "You apparently have got the impression," he went on, a faint touch of resentment creeping into his voice at having to make the declaration, "that I don't care any more. That isn't so," he said awkwardly and with a little rise of resentment. Ruth had turned a little more toward him, but was looking down at her hands, working with them as if struggling for better control. "I have no complaint on that score," she said very low. "Things change," he went on, with a more open manner of defense. "The first kind of love doesn't last forever. It doesn't with anyone," he finished rather sullenly. "I know that, Stuart," she said quietly. "I know enough to know that. But I know this as well. I know that sometimes that first kind of love leaves a living thing to live by. I know that it does, sometimes. And I know that with us it hasn't." As if stung by that, he got up and began walking angrily about the room. "You're talking nonsense. Why wouldn't we get married, I'd like to know, after all this time together? We will get married. That's all there is to it. A nice spectacle we would make of ourselves if we didn't. Have you thought of that?" he demanded. "Have you thought of what people would say?" Again her lips traced that faint smile that showed the sadness of her face. "There was a time, Stuart," she said wearily, "when we were not governed by what people would say." He frowned, but went on more mildly. "You've got the thing all twisted up, Ruth. You do that sometimes. You often have a queer way of looking at a thing. Not the usual way. A sort of twisted way." She got up. One hand was at her throat as if feeling some impediment there. The knuckles of her clenched hand were tapping the table. "A queer way of looking at things," she said, in quick, sharp voice that was like the tapping of her knuckles. "Not the usual way. A sort of twisted way. Perhaps that's true. Perhaps that was the way I had of looking at things 12 years ago, when I left them all behind and went with you. Perhaps that was what made me do it, that queer, twisted way of looking at things. But this much is true, Stuart, and this you have got to know is true. I went with you because I was as I was. I'm going my way alone now because I am as I am. And what you don't see is this, that the thing that made me go with you then is the thing that makes me go my way alone now." For a moment they stood there facing each other, her eyes forcing home what she had said. But she was trembling, and suddenly, weakly, she sat down. "Well, I simply can't understand it," he cried petulantly, and flung open the door and stood looking out. "Look here, Ruth," he turned sharply to her after a little. "Have you thought of the position this puts me in? Have you thought of the position you would put me in?" he contended hotly. "Do you know what people would say about me? You ought to know what they'd say. They'd say I was the one. They'd say I didn't want to do it." There was a little catch, something like a laugh, as she replied, "Of course. They'll say men don't marry women of that sort, won't they? Oh, you can't do this, Ruth," he went on quickly. "You see, it can't be done. I tell you it wouldn't be right. It just wouldn't be right, in any sense. Why can't you see that? Can't you see that we've got to vindicate the whole thing? That we've got to show them that it does last? That's the vindication for it," he finished stoutly. "That it's the kind of a love that doesn't die. And I'd like to know where under the sun you'd go," he demanded hotly, irritated at the slight smile his last words had brought. "What I will do, Stuart, after leaving you is for me to determine, isn't it?" "A nice way to treat me!" he cried, and threw himself down on the couch, elbows on his knees and his face buried in his hands. "After all these years, after all there has been, that's a nice way," he choked. She was quick to go over and sit beside him. She leaned a little against him, her hand on his arm, just as she had sat many times when he needed her, when she brought him comfort. The thought of all those times rose in her, and brought tears to her eyes that had been burning dry a moment before. She felt the feeling this had whipped to life in him and was moved by it, and by an underlying feeling of the sadness of change. For his expostulations spoke of just that, change. She knew this for the last hurt she could help him through, that she must help him through this hurt brought him by this last thing she could do for him. Something about things being like that moved her deeply. She saw it all so clearly and so sadly. It was not grief this brought him. This was not the frenzy or the anguish in the thought of losing her that there would have been in those other years. It was shock, rather, disturbance, and the forcing home to him that sense of change. He would have gone on without much taking stock, because, as he had said, it was the thing to do. Habit, a sense of fitness rather than deep personal need, would have made him go on. And now it was his sense that it was gone, his resentment against that, his momentary feeling of being left desolate. She looked at his bowed head through tears. Gently she laid her hand on it. She thought of him as he stood before the automobile the other day, lighting up in the gay talk with that girl. She knew, with a sudden wrench in her heart she knew it, that he would not be long desolate. She understood him too well for that. She knew that, hard as she seemed in that hour, she was doing for Stuart in leaving him the greatest thing she could now do for him. A tear fell to her hand in her clear knowing of that. There was deep sadness in knowing that, after all there had been, to leave the way cleared of herself was doing a greater thing than anything else she could do for him. A sob shook her, and he raised his face, upon which there were tears, and clutched her two wrists with his hands. "Ruth," he whispered, "it will come back. I feel that this has brought it back." The look of old feeling had transformed his face. After barren days it was sweet to her. It tempted her to shut her eyes to what she knew and sink into the sweetness of believing herself loving and loved again. Perhaps for a little time they could do it. To be deeply swayed by this common feeling, to go together in an emotion, was like dear days gone. but it was her very fidelity to those days gone that made her draw just a little away, and, tears running down her face, shake her head. She knew too well, and she had the courage of her knowing. This was something that had seeped up from old feeling. It had no life of its own. What they were sharing now was grief over a dead thing that had been theirs together. That grief, that sharing, left them tender. This was their moment for leaving it. They must leave it before it lay there between them both, dead and unmourned, clogging life for them. She whispered to him, "Just because of all it has meant, let's leave it while we can leave it like this." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The man who worked for them had gone ahead in the spring wagon with her trunk. She was waiting for Ted to hitch the other horse to the buggy and drive her into the train. She was all ready, and stood there looking about the house she was leaving. There were things in that room which they had had since their first years together. That couch, this chair, had come to them in Arizona, in the days when they loved each other with a passion that made everything else in the world a pale thing before their love. She stood picking out things that they had had when love was flaming strong in them, and it seemed they two fought together against the whole world. And as she stood there alone, in their place in common that she was about to leave, she was made sick by a sense of failure, that desolate sense of failure she had tried all along to beat down. That love had been theirs, and this was what it had come to. That wonder had been, and it ended in the misery of this leave-taking. She turned sharply around, opened the door, and stood there in the doorway, her back to the place she was quitting, her pale, stern face turned to the mountains, to that eastern range which she was going to cross. She tried to draw something from them, draw strength for the final conflict which she knew she would have with Ted while they drove into town. She looked toward the barnyard to see if he was most ready, and could not but smile a little at his grim, resolute face as he was checking up the horse. She could see so well that he was going to make the best of his time while driving her into the train. And it seemed she had nothing left in her for combat. She would be glad to see the train that was to take her away. 3 days before, Stuart had gone suddenly to Denver. He went with his friend Stoddard, regarding some of their arrangements for Montana. He had found only at the last minute that he would have to go, had hurriedly driven out from town to get his things and tell her he was going. He had been in the house only a few minutes and was all excitement about the unexpected trip. It was 2 days after their talk. After their moment of being swept together by the feeling of things gone, he had, as if having to get a footing on everyday ground, ended the talk with saying, "I'll tell you, Ruth, you need a little change. We'll have to work it out." The next day they were both subdued, more gentle with each other than they had been of late, but they did not refer to the night before. After he had hurriedly kissed her good-bye when leaving for Denver, he had turned back and said, "And don't you worry about things, Ruth. We'll get everything fixed up, and a little change." He had hurried down to the machine without finishing it. She had gone to the window and watched him disappear. He was sitting erect, alert, talking animatedly with his friend. She watched him as far as she could see him. She knew that she would not see him again. And then she hitched up the horse and drove into town and telephoned Ted, who lived about 50 miles to the north. She told him that she was going east, and asked him to come down the next day and see her. She had known that Ted would not approve, would not understand, but she had not expected him to make the fight he had. It had taken every bit of her will, her force, to meet him. Worn now, and under the stress of the taking leave, at once too tired and too emotional, she wished that he would let it rest. But the grim line of his jaw told her that he had no such intention. She felt almost faint as they drove through the gate. She closed her eyes and did not open them for some time. "You see, Ruth," Ted began gently, as if realizing that she was very worn, "you just don't realize how crazy the whole thing is. It's ridiculous for you to go to New York, alone. You've never been there," he said firmly. "No, that is one reason for going," she answered rather feebly. "One reason for going!" he cried. "What'll you do when the train pulls in? Where'll you go?" I don't know, Ted, she said patiently, just where I will go. And I rather like that, not knowing where I will go. It's all new, you see. Nothing is mapped out. It's a fool thing, he cried. Don't you know that something will happen to you? She smiled a little, very wearily. Lots of things have happened to me, Ted, and I've come through them somehow. After a moment she added, with more spirit, There's just one thing might happen to me that I haven't the courage to face. He looked at her inquiringly. Nothing happening, she said, with a little smile. He turned impatiently and slapped the horse with the reins. You seem to have lost your senses, he said sharply. He drove along in silence for a little. Ruth looked at him and his face seemed hard. She thought of how close she and Ted had come, how good he had been, how much it had meant. She could not leave him like this. She must make the effort, must gather herself together and try and make Ted see. Perhaps, Ted, she began tremulously, you think I have taken leave of my senses because you haven't tried very hard to understand just what it is I feel. She smiled wanly as she added, You've been so absorbed in your own disapproval, you know. Well, how can I be any other way? He demanded. Going away like this, for no reason, on a wild goose chase. Isn't Stuart good to you? He asked abruptly. Yes, Ted, she answered, as if she were tired of saying it. Stuart is good enough to me. I suppose things aren't just as they used to be, he went on a little doggedly. Heavens, they aren't with anybody. And what will people say? He broke out with new force. Think of what people in Freeport will say, Ruth. They'll say the whole thing was a failure and that it was because you did wrong. They'll say, when the chance finally came, that Stuart didn't want to marry you. He colored but brought it out bluntly. I suppose they will, agreed Ruth. And if they knew the truth, or what I know, though heaven knows I'm balled up enough about what the truth really is, they'd say it just shows again that you are different, not something wrong, he finished bitterly. She said nothing for a moment. And is that what you think, Ted? She asked, choking a little. I don't understand it, Ruth, he said less aggressively. I had thought you would be so glad of the chance to marry. He hesitated but did not pursue that. He had never told her of going to see Mrs. Williams, of the effort he had made for her. It seemed that now, when your chance came, you ought to show people that you do want to do the right thing. It surprises me a lot, Ruth, that you don't feel that way, and oh, I don't get it at all, he concluded abruptly. Tears were very close when, after a little, she answered, Well, Ted, maybe when you have less of life left you will understand better what it is I feel. Perhaps, she went on in answer to his look inquiry, when the future has shrunk down to fewer years you'll see it as more important to get from it what you can. They drove for a little time in silence. They had come in sight of the town and she had not won Ted. She was going away without his sympathy. And she was going away alone, more alone this time than she had been 12 years before. She laid her hand on his arm, left it there while she was speaking. Ted, she said, it's like this. This has gone for me. It's all gone. It was wonderful, but it's gone. Some people, I know, could go on with the life love had made after love was gone. I am not one of those people, that's all. You speak of there being something discreditable in my going away just when I could marry. To me there would be something discreditable in going on. It would be— She put her hand over her heart and said it very simply. It would be unfaithful to something here. She choked a little and he turned away. But I don't see how you can bear, Ruth, he said after a moment, made gentle by her confidence, to feel that it has failed. I don't see how you can bear, after all you paid for it, to let it come to nothing. Don't say that, Ted, she cried in a voice that told he had touched the sorest place. Don't say that, she repeated a little wildly. You don't know what you're talking about. Failed. A thing that glorified life for years. Failed? Her voice broke, but it was more steadily she went on. That's the very reason I'm going to New York. Simply that it may not come to nothing. I'm going away from it for that very reason, that it may not come to nothing, that my life may not come to nothing. What I've had, what I've gone through, lives in me, Ted. It doesn't come to nothing if I come to something. She stopped abruptly with a choking little laugh. Ted looked at her wonderingly, but the hardness had gone out of his look. "But what are you going to do, Ruth?" he asked gently. "I don't know yet. I've got to find out." "You must see that I can't help but worry about it," he went on. "Going so far away, to a place absolutely unknown to you, where I'm afraid it will be so much harder than you think." She did not answer him, looking off to that eastern range she was going to cross, as if the mountains could help her to hold on to her own feeling against the doubts he was trying to throw around her. "You see, Ruth," he went on, as if feeling his way, not wanting to hurt her, "what has been may make it hard to go on. You can't tell. You'll never know, never be sure. Old things may come up to spoil new ones for you. That's what I'm so afraid of. That's what it seems you aren't seeing. You would be so much safer to stay with Stuart." She turned to him with a little laugh, her lashes wet. "Yes, Ted dear, I suppose I would. But I never did seem to stay where I was safest, did I?" "Don't worry about me, Ted," she said, just as they were coming into town. "I'm going to take some of father's money. Yes, I know it isn't a great deal, but enough for a little while, till I get my bearings. And I'm going to make things come alive for me again. I'm not through yet, that's all. I could have stayed with life gone dead. It would have been safer, as you say. But you see, I'm not through yet, Ted. I guess that's the secret of it all. I want more life, more things from life. And I'm going to New York just because it will be so completely new, so completely beginning new, and because it's the center of so many living things. And it's such a wonderful time, Ted. It seems to me the war is going to make a new world, a whole new way of looking at things. It's as if a lot of old things, old ideas had been melted, and were fluid now, and were to be shaped anew. That's the way it seems to me, and that makes me the more eager to get some things from life that I haven't had. I've been shut in with my own experience. If I stayed on here, I'd be shut in with my own dead experiences. I want to go on. I can't stop here, that's all. And we have to find our way for going on. We must find our own way, Ted, even," she choked, "though what we see as the way may seem a wild goose chase to someone we love. I'll tell you why I'm going to New York," she flashed with sudden defiance. "I'm going because I want to." She laughed a little, and he laughed with her. Then she went on more gently. "Because I want to. Just the thought of it has made life come alive for me. That's reason enough for going to the ends of the earth. I'm going to live again, Ted, not just go on with what living has left. I'm going to find some work to do. Yes, I can," she cried passionately in response to his gesture. "I suppose to you it seems just looking out for myself, seems unfaithful to Stuart. Well, it isn't. That's all I can say, and maybe some day you'll see that it wasn't. It isn't unfaithful to turn from a person you have nothing more to offer, for whom you can no longer make life a living thing. It's more faithful to go. You'll see that sometime, Ted. But be good to Stuart," she hastily added. "You stay with him till he can get off. I've made all the arrangements with Mrs. Baxter for packing up, sending on the things. It would be hard for him to do that, I know. And once away from here, new interests, life all new again. Oh no, Ted dear," she laughed a little chokingly. "Don't worry about Stuart." "I'm not worrying about Stuart," he muttered. "I'm worrying about you." She squeezed his arm in affectionate gratitude for the love in the growling words. "Don't worry about me, Ted," she implored. "Be glad with me. I'm alive again. It's so wonderful to be alive again. There's the future, a great, beautiful unknown." "It is wonderful, Ted," she said with insistence, as if she would banish his fears and her own. They had a few minutes to wait, and Ted ran over to the post office to get her mail for her. She was expecting a paper she wanted to read on the train. She tucked what he handed her into her bag, and then, when she heard the train coming, she held on to Ted's arm, held it as if she could not bear letting it go. "It's all right," were her last words to him, smiling through tears. She had been trying all along to hold her mind from the thought that they would pass through Freeport. Late the next afternoon, when she knew they were nearing it, she grew restless. It was then she remembered the paper in her bag. She had been in no mood for reading, too charged with her own feeling. She got it out now, and found that with the paper was a letter. It was a letter from Dean Franklin. She held it for a little while without opening it. It seemed so strange to have it just as she was nearing Freeport. The letter was dated the week before. It read, "Dear Ruth, I'm leaving Freeport tonight. I'm going to Europe, to volunteer my services as a doctor. Parker, whom I knew well at Hopkins, is right in the midst of it. He can work me in. And the need for doctors is going to go on for some time, I fancy. It won't end with the war. I'm happy in this decision, Ruth, and I know you'll be glad for me. It was your letter that got me, made me see myself and hate myself, made me know that I had to come out of it. And then this idea came to me, and I wish I could tell you how different everything seemed as soon as I saw some reason for my existence. I'm ashamed of myself for not having seen it this way before. As if this were any time for a man who's had my training to sit around moping. Life is bigger than just ourselves. And isn't it curious how seeing that brings us back to ourselves? I'll enclose Parker's address. You can reach me in care of him. I want to hear from you. I can hardly wait to get there. Dean." She managed to read the letter through with eyes only a little dimmed. But by the time she got to Parker's address she could not make it out. "I knew it," she kept saying to herself triumphantly. Dean had been too big not to save himself. Absorbed in thoughts of him, she did not notice the country through which they were passing. She was startled by a jolt of the train, by the conductor saying, "Freeport!" For several minutes the train waited there. She sat motionless through that time, Dean Franklin's letter clasped tight in her hand. Freeport! It claimed her. What had been, what was behind her, those dead who lived in her own past that lived in her. Freeport! It laid strong hold on her. She was held there in what had been. And then a great thing happened. The train jolted again, moved. It was moving, moving on. She was moving, moving on. And she knew then beyond the power of anyone's disapproval to break down that it was right she move on. She had a feeling of the whole flow of her life, and it was still moving, moving on. And because she felt she was moving on that sense of failure slipped from her. In secret she had been fighting that all along. Now she knew that love had not failed because love had transpired into life. What she had paid the great price for was not hers to the end. But what it had made of her was hers. Love could not fail if it left one richer than it had found one. Love had not failed. Nothing had failed. And life was wonderful, limitless, a great adventure for which one must have great courage, glad faith. Let come what would come. She was moving on. End of chapter 34. End of Fidelity by Susan Glaspell. Read for LibriVox.org by Ariel Lipshaw.